Tonight, these dudes are fighting for survival in the PFL playoffs.
The time is now.
It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat.
Oh my goodness!
Look out, here comes the bad mommy, Bubba Jenkins.
Jenkins with a suplex. Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
We ain't playing here.
6 points for Josh Silvera. Oh my God! Gabriel Braga!
And Chris Wade is coming too.
Chris Wade squeezing and kudos out!
It's win-or-go-home madness as these bros try to get a step closer to that $1 million payday.
Unbelievable! Wow!
This one is gonna get nasty.
Oh my goodness! Pineda pounds it out!
The PFL playoffs, right now.
Welcome to San Antonio, Texas. It's hot down here, but the Riverwalk cools you off. And the Boeing Center at Techport will play host to playoff action tonight. Featherweights and light heavyweights taking center stage. It's the PFL playoffs presented by Bud Light. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. Very happy to be here. An incredible night in front of us with some really intriguing matchups. And of course, the stakes are never higher in the sport of mixed martial arts. You win, you advance to a championship where a $1 million purse and a gold belt awaits the eventual winner. If you lose, you got to hit the reset button until next year. And it's been a journey already, Randy.
Absolutely. You want to be a champion, huh? The PFL, you're signing up to fight 4 times in 8 months. There's nothing more grueling than that. You're going to have to front load your camps, manage those injuries, and get ready to go back out there in 8 weeks and solve another problem. It doesn't get any tougher than that.
60 fighters started the season, only 24 remain. Obviously, we've got 8 fighters looking to punch a ticket to the championship tonight. Some of them have been here before, Kenny. Some are brand newcomers to the whole PFL format. Who's got the advantage?
Yeah, that's right. That's what makes it so intriguing. You know, we have PFL newcomers taking on other fighters with PFL playoff experience. You know, anytime you have that kind of experience, I think that's an advantage for sure.
Let's take a look at our featherweight playoff bracket. The 1 versus 4 matchup. Bubba Jenkins, he lost in a championship to Brendan Loughnane last year. This season, he has looked incredible. Earned himself the #1 seed in the regular season. Jesus Pinedo, the 4 seed, had his back against the wall. He needed to get an early finish against last year's champion Loughnane in order to even find himself in the playoffs. He made good on that opportunity, and now he's looking to pull off another upset against Bubba Jenkins. In the 2 versus 5, that is Gabriel Braga and Chris Wade. We'll talk about why Wade is in as the 5 seed in just a second. One of those guys is going to be a millionaire and a champion. Will it be Bubba Jenkins this year?
For Bubba Jenkins, you know, he's firing on all cylinders here in 2023. He came in as just an elite wrestler. Well, he's really improved his striking to the point where he is a legitimate knockout threat on the feet. And on the ground, he would just kind of get positioned and utilize his ground and pound. Now he can actually finish you with rear naked chokes. There he is getting it done against Jo Sung Bin. He has 2 finishes. He's turned himself into a finisher, and he is going to be very tough to beat.
Randy, Jesus Pinedo has an identical record to Bubba Jenkins. He's very experienced, maybe not against this high level of competition, but he proved himself last outing. He can beat some of the best in the world. He took out last year's champ.
Well, Jesus Pinedo's a finisher. Make no mistake about that. 16 of his 21 victories have come by finish. He's also used to the pressure. Put himself under the gun. He lost a split decision. Tough one to Braga in the first one. And he needed a finish in this fight right here against the returning champ, Brendan Loughnane. The knee right up the middle, the ground and pound to put an exclamation on it. This kid knows what he needs to do. He's dug a little hole. He's 1 point in the hole on the cards because he missed weight. Can he do it again?
So that's the main event. Stellar contest in the main event. Let's talk about the co-main event after I check out this light heavyweight bracket. Josh Silvera, the #1 seed. Ty Flores is the 4 seed. Martin Hamlet and Impaka Sanganai in the 2-3 matchup. Josh Silvera in the semifinals in the playoffs last year had to fight his own teammate, and he lost that bout. He's got a bad taste in his mouth because of it. How does he come out of tonight with a different outcome?
Josh Silveira, I think, is coming into his own right now. He's found his confidence. Tough season last year, but he did a great job getting where he got and getting into the semifinal. Here he is against Sam Key, black belt jiu-jitsu, great wrestling, All-American at Arizona State, gets the rear naked choke. This kid grew up in a gym setting. His father, Conan Silveira, is a legend in our sport. I spoke to Conan as well. I said, how do you deal with the nerves, Dad? He said, I put the coach's hat on. He needs a coach right now. He doesn't need a nervous father.
Well, Conan Silveira is a pretty damn good coach as well, so Josh Silveira's got that advantage. But Ty Flores came in as a relative unknown, tough as an old Texas boot. I am telling you, this guy, you can't put him away. Can he win tonight?
Absolutely, and he seems to thrive in this underdog role. He comes from one of the best teams in the world, trains at Team Elevation. He's on a 4-fight win streak right now, and he's got a style that really can pose a lot of problems. First of all, we got to talk about his size. He's a big 205er taking on Josh Silveira, who is not. His style can be menacing. He'll take you down and control you.
So that's your main event and your co-main event. Obviously, the other two semifinals are on this main card. Braga, Wade, Hamlet, Kasunganai. We'll start the main card on ESPN with a showcase bout at lightweight, and you can see it's a pick'em between Elvin Espinoza and Keone Diggs. A blue corner favorite there for Impa Kasunganai. So that's intriguing. Now let's talk about the fights that lead into this playoff scenario. Let's talk about our early card. Some showcase veterans, some Challenger Series veterans as well. Billy Elikana and Chuck Campbell will start things in just a few minutes here at light heavyweight. We've got Chelsea Hackett and Kai Bennett making their PFL debuts. The same is true for Ivy and Hardman. Dirty Des Yanez versus Lisa Malden, saw both of them on the Challenger Series, and the same is true of Thad Jean and Ali Omar. We've seen them in a PFL Smart Cage before, but maybe not as high a stakes in those bouts. All right, you saw some big numbers there on that early card. How are we betting it? Let's check in with Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker to find out.
Oh, Sean, good evening once again. And I tell you what, we have those numbers. Well, only in MMA do we recommend doing parlays, because they really, when you add fighter after fighter, it brings it down to something that we can sink our teeth into. So, Ian Parker, I would love a Parker's parlay. I don't know, let's go 2 from the early card, perhaps 2 from the late card, and let's put them all together.
It's a very specific request. It's almost as if you knew this was exactly how it was going to go. We're going to start off with Anthony Ivy, very talented fighter. I see him getting this done inside the distance, so that's going to be our first leg. Next up, Thad Jean, blue chip prospect. If you haven't seen this guy fight yet, you are in for a treat tonight. Extremely well-rounded. He's minus 500 for a reason, but that brings our number down on the betting big board already to minus 161. We are going to Josh Silveira at minus 675. Coach, we are almost at that plus money number with Bubba Jenkins as our anchor. That gets us to plus 146 on that 4-way Parker's parlay. Let's go.
And I hope you watch the pre-fight show, because we have individual picks on every single fight on the main card as well. But Sean O'Connell, I'm done talking. I want to see fight. Let's send it back to you.
I feel you, Coach. I also am done with the talking. Let's get to the fight. Billy Elikana and Chuck Campbell, our first bout of the night. 3 5-minute rounds at 205 pounds. Brought to you by Beard Guy.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out to the blue corner, Chuck Campbell.
Chuck Campbell making his PFL debut. He's 5-2 as a pro. Former Cage Warriors title contender. He has on and off been inside the major organizations in mixed martial arts. He is built like a light heavyweight Sada Busi. Very, very curious to see what Chuck Campbell can do tonight.
And in the red corner, Billy Elikana.
There's Billy Elikana, 5-1 as a pro. Fought earlier this year on the PFL Challenger Series. Lives and trains in Las Vegas, Nevada. PFL veteran Carl Siegel on the top will be in Billy Elicana's corner. High hopes for this guy. Here's our tale to tape for the opening battle of the evening, presented by Beard Guys. You can see Chuck Campbell, 11 years the senior of Billy Elicana. Campbell is also the taller fighter at 6'4". Both men weighed in at the light heavyweight limit of 206 pounds. Both arms and legs see a reach advantage for Chuck Campbell.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for Elicana. He's got to control the pace and back Campbell up. And for Campbell, he's got to use those long-range strikes and utilize his footwork here in this fight.
And to start the action, Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Antonio, Texas, and welcome to the PFL playoffs. Tonight, we will find out who in the featherweight division and the light heavyweight division will compete for the championships and those $1 million checks. But we begin tonight with a special showcase bout in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 3/4 pounds and holds a professional record of 5 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Chicago, Illinois, Chuck Campbell. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 1/2 pounds. In 6 professional fights, he has built a record of 5 victories and 1 defeat. Fighting out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, and representing Samoa, Billy Elicana. Your referee in charge, Jess Rexroad.
Our referee is equipped with the ref cam to take us inside the smart cage if necessary. Chuck Campbell's in the gray, Billy Elicana in the gold. Touch of the gloves. We are underway here in San Antonio, Texas, and an immediate switch of the stance for Elicana.
Elicana trying to keep that long range, showing a lot of feints, and Campbell's kind of biting on them a little bit.
£205 showcase. Long left hand there from Elicana. Both of these men trying to get an invitation to the 2024 PFL light heavyweight season.
Looks like Elicana trying to use that lead hand as a frame, trying to keep Campbell on the outside, trying to get him to run into that left hand, it seems.
Yeah, it's almost trapping. He's reaching out, trying to grab that glove and then throw that left.
Went with the body kick there, and now Campbell charges in, goes chest to chest with Billy Elicana. Campbell may be looking to slow the pace, take some of the heat off the punches of Billy Elicana, who does have a couple of knockouts to his name.
Campbell's dangerous from this clinch. He's got a knockout from this clinch position with a knee as well.
Campbell looking for those double underhooks, maybe trying to change his level, look for a double leg up against the cage. Elicana doing a good job controlling the wrist, controlling that overhook. Now he's getting lower. That's a better position for him where he can turn Campbell.
I think Elicana would like an underhook with that right hand, but Campbell's got a grip on that wrist, and he's not letting that hand go.
Got good head position as well as getting that chin underneath that head underneath the chin of Elicana.
Referee has seen enough of the stalemate, stands him back up. Back to the center of the smart cage.
Ooh.
Sharp kick to the shin there from Billy Elicana.
Checked by Campbell. That'll make you think twice about throwing that one again.
Elikana tried to hide that high kick behind the left hand, something we saw. So a measured pace here early. Let's bring in Dan Hardy. What do you think of the approach so far as we get our first flurry?
Well, I think you came to me at the wrong time. Campbell seems to be picking up his pace a little bit now, but Elikana, you pointed it out, it looks like he's trying to use that left hand to walk his opponent onto it, but Campbell's wise to it. You can see him just kind of taking his time and trying to figure out what's going to trigger that left cross.
We'll hear from Dan Hardy throughout the night. Paige Van Zandt also in the building. Traveling sidekick there for Elikana, stabbed into the midsection of Chuck Campbell.
Quite a combination of punches and kicks by Elikana.
Yeah, Elikana starting to really find his range now. Campbell, nice high kick there.
Throw a right hand behind it. Elikana appears none worse for the wear. Sprawling here, trying to stay heavy as Chuck Campbell grabs a hold of this single leg.
Elikana showed some good defensive wrestling skills in that Challenger Series fight against Tristan Overeem. You're having to go to it again. Now trying to attack that guillotine. Just enough to get Campbell to let go of that single. Oh, that went.
Heard a clack on that.
Yeah, it
one.
looked like the knee was a little low there. Yeah.
Cup check by Elikana. Campbell seems unfazed. Referee was on top of it. No need to stop the fight.
Good little switch out there from Chuck Campbell. Attacks the lead leg of Billy Elikana, who's back in an orthodox stance.
Yeah, it's always such an advantage anytime you could switch stances like that. We're seeing that become more and more common in modern mixed martial arts.
Good knee up the middle there from Campbell. Elikana offers one back in the final seconds. Round 2 next. Welcome back to Professional Fighters League Mixed Martial Arts. There's a look inside the corner of Billy Elikana.
Yeah, there's that nice high kick there by Campbell. Didn't quite make contact the way he wanted to, but it was enough to back up Elikana and get some respect. And that's what's going to help Campbell get in a little bit deeper on those singles and doubles that he's attempting.
A couple of big deep breaths here from Chuck Campbell might be something to keep an eye on as this fight progresses. Campbell in the gray, Billy Elikana in the gold. Light heavyweight showcase opportunity for these two men. Another inside kick to the shin there from Billy Elikana.
Yeah, we see that leg kick from time to time, and it's absolutely brutal for both involved. You know, I'm not sure I would try to attack the inside of someone's shin, but it is becoming more and more common.
Dan Hardy, what did you think of round number 1?
You know, I thought Campbell had a good first round. He was quite active. He had his opponent up against the fence a couple of times. But to your point, Sean, when he went back to the corner, the first thing he did is he put his knee down to wait for the stool to come in. And he looks a little bit more labored now, a little bit more fatigued than he was in the first round. So we've got to keep an eye on this. Elikana might have got his reads from that first round. He might start to pick it up in the second.
Thank you, Dan Hardy. And one of those reads might be to pick up the pace. Good check hook there from Elikana as Campbell came charging in. And now, Kenny, Billy's gone back to work on that low leg. This time, the outside of the shin instead of that bony inside part.
Yeah,
Well, he's doing it from the orthodox stance now, when the first round was in the southpaw stance the entire round.
Yeah, Elikana really looking more and more comfortable now. There's a nice combination from Campbell. Yeah, Elikana really sitting down on his punches now, throwing more combinations. That could spell trouble for Campbell, especially if that lead leg is compromised.
Nice 1-2 from Campbell. Long jab, followed with the right hand. Our betting expert Ian Parker joins us. Ian, how do we bet this fight?
Well, Sean, we didn't touch this fight early on. It was minus 210 for Elikana, but now Dan Hardy brought up a good point. Campbell's looking tired, and now Elikana's also throwing these calf kicks. He's starting to pick up the pace, and he's starting to really get the dance going. So if I'm going to bet this fight, I'm going to take Elikana right now at minus 160. I think he's leading the dance so far, winning this round. If he keeps this up, he's got to stand up right here, but if he can keep this up and win this round, I think he gets it done in the third round.
Thanks, Ian. To Ian's point, Billy Elikana now fighting this takedown attempt from Chuck Campbell. He's got both feet on the mat. Back into this neutral position, and this is where, Randy, you need to see Chuck Campbell improve the work, because the referee stopped it last time he pushed himself into this situation.
Yeah, it was very stale in the clinch in the first round. The referee had seen enough of it. He wasn't doing enough to damage or finish his opponent, and so he separated him and started him from the open again. And now, similar thing. There's the knee. Right as I said it, he threw that knee. He needs to stay very active in this clinch if he wants to stay in this position.
Again, a bit of a stalemate.
See the referee looking at it. That was a cup check again, too, but Elikana, no worse for the wear.
Elikana has a nice forearm frame there. Now Campbell able to get an underhook on that same side.
Stop. Let's go. Stop. Referee's seen enough of the chest to chest. Once more to the center of the smart cage. 90 seconds remain in round number 2. And you saw the big deep breaths from Chuck Campbell on the reset.
Oh!
Elikana trying to counterpunch his way out of that attack.
Campbell's landing some good shots from the outside.
And now he's walked down Billy Elikana.
There's a nice level change, trying to finish that double.
I need knees and foot stops come up to the top of the clinch. You can't finish here. We got to get busy. We got 48 seconds.
Elikana working on getting those underhooks.
That position. You're breaking up this clinch, Chuck.
He has one Campbell able to pummel in.
30 seconds, Chuck. 30 seconds. Let's get busy.
Todd Duffy in the corner of Chuck Campbell asking for more activity from his fighter, who has been able to kind of dictate where this second round is happening.
Right hand over the top. Right hand over the top. Nice, nice.
Nice flurry here from Campbell.
20 seconds.
Big uppercut.
Nice
from Billy
uppercut.
Elikana.
Oh, that looked like it hurt Campbell.
Is there blood in the water in these final 10 seconds for Billy Elikana? High kick attempt there from Campbell, who once again punches himself into a clinch. And we will see round number 3 next.
I learned you gotta win by any means, you know. More times than not, it's win or go home. But this fight is by any means necessary. You have to win it and give your opportunities to your family to get that $1 million to their name, to that championship. You have to present yourself well, you have to be available, and you have to have that longevity inside of you, because it's a long season and only the strong survive.
The corner of Chuck Campbell as we head into round number 3 of this light
I want you to
heavyweight
punch like you
showcase.
did over here. That was awesome. I don't know who's winning these rounds, so we got to go out and make a statement, okay? Make a statement, brother. You got to use that 1-2. The head kick's there when you use that 1-2, okay? Hook is too. You know what?
Randy, I got to say, I appreciate the corner work there from Todd Duffy, who said, I don't know who won those rounds because they were close rounds.
Absolutely true, and I think that's an honest statement. It is tough to say who they're going to score those rounds for in the judges. But and he said, go out and make an exclamation point on it in this third round. You need to make a statement.
Chuck Campbell's in the gray, Billy Elicana's in the gold. Third and final round, and Elicana will get back to the southpaw stance.
Well, Campbell might even be down 2 rounds, so he may actually need a finish. But I agree, those rounds have been close, and I think some very good advice from Todd Duffy as Elicana pursues Campbell and backs him up.
Each fighter has had their moments, but the moments have been few and far between. So Dan, you heard the advice, Dan Hardy, you heard the advice from Todd Duffy. What would you be telling Billy Elicana?
You know, I would be telling him to work more. I think he let that second round get away from him a little bit. I feel like Chuck Campbell came into that second round tired, but Elicana didn't make him work enough to keep him fatigued. That second round was up for grabs, and I'm leaning slightly towards Campbell, to be honest. Elicana, I feel, has got the pressure on him to get a, at least a 10-8 round or a big finish here.
A couple of stabbing kicks earlier from Billy Elicana, who might have heard that same advice from his corner. Go out there and try and get this finished. There's the work from the lead hand. Elicana has switched stances back and forth here in the southpaw stance in round number 3. Trying to bait Chuck Campbell.
Stay on it. Pressure, keep pressure. Feel a break. There you go, hand fight forward, let's go.
Kenny, it's interesting. Campbell, the taller, longer fighter, but Billy Elicana seems to be the one who's dictating the distance of this fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Campbell isn't utilizing all the long-range strikes. He's using them really to kind of enter into a clinch, but I'm surprised he's not throwing more kicks to the body, more kicks to the leg. He's got a great jab, just not throwing enough volume, I think.
You can't at the same time. Come on. Sorry about that.
A little brief cup check there, but we'll get back to a quick restart. Now Campbell with the flurry.
Yeah, this is what Campbell needs.
Campbell's level changing, faking the shot, and coming right back up with those combinations. Trying to get Elicana's hands to drop, thinking he's shooting in again.
Overhand left attempted there from Elicana. Now Campbell working behind his jab.
Down the middle, let's go. Halfway through. Halfway.
Not enough volume from Chuck Campbell. It might be a function of some of the fatigue. Good check punch there. Lead hand from Billy Elicana. Kick to the body. And Randy, this is a light heavyweight showcase. Both of these guys obviously want the win first and foremost, but they want to win in impressive enough fashion that Ray Sefo and the rest of the fighter operations team says, yes, we want you as part of next year's light heavyweight season.
Yeah, I mean, are they making a statement that makes the bosses say, yeah, we want this guy, we need this guy in the division? I'm not sure that's the case, but we've seen that before. We saw Brendan Loughnane in his showcase bout kind of fight the same way, just wanted to get the W, and he came back and next season was a world champion, so hard to say.
Chuck Campbell with the entry here, and once again, the early attempt stifled by Billy Elicana. Head outside single here. He'll try to run the pipe. Elicana doing a good job with the balance.
Elicana has shown good defensive wrestling yet again here in this fight. Campbell's got some good speed. Now he's starting to sit down on his punches a little bit more, but if he's too upright, he's not maximizing his ability to generate force from the floor. Elicana seems to be sitting down just a little bit lower.
40 seconds. Foot stomp the knees, let's go. You guys switch the corner, turn this corner.
Campbell just looks tired here. There's a nice right hand.
That one landed. Campbell.
We're in here. We're in here. Let's go. Give it to us.
Now Elicana throws the big hook and then beckons Campbell forward.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey,
For now, Chuck Campbell will not oblige.
Yeah, Campbell's got to be careful. He's ducking down. That could duck down into a knee or an uppercut.
Almost final 10 seconds.
Oh!
Jumping knee there, little switch, and a right hook lands for Billy Elikana in the final seconds. There's the last bell. We'll go to the judges' scorecards in the 205-pound showcase. Here's your Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico, and you can see 46 strikes landed for Billy Elikana, 45 for Chuck Campbell. Elikana with more kicks, but an even distribution among these two light heavyweights. Let's take a look at some replays here with Randy Couture.
There's that nice long straight jab followed with the big overhand right that misses. There's the low kick by Elikana right on the calf. Nice little uppercut by Elikana from the inside. There's the right hand on the cage by Campbell.
Tough fight to score, Kenny. What do you think?
Well, you know, the numbers are similar. The numbers are certainly similar, but you have to look at the impact of the strikes, right? At the end of the day, it's who was the more effective striker, who was the more effective grappler.
Have you ever wondered which PFL fighter you are most like? Now you can find out. Scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen and play the official PFL Choose Your Champion quiz. Find out which PFL fighter is your match. Which champion would I be most like? Probably me, Kenny.
Yes, that's accurate. Accurate.
I think I would be the champion who's the match for me. Proprietary PFL AI score gives all 3 rounds to Chuck Campbell. Much like Kenny was just saying, this score is generated not just on the numbers, but on the impact of those strikes and techniques within a fight. Chuck Campbell awarded all 3 by the algorithm. Who won the fight according to our experts? Randy says Chuck Campbell. Kenny says Billy Elikana. Of course, final say belongs to the commission judges here in the great state of Texas. Andy Shepard has their official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Brian Miner scores about 29-28 Campbell. Judge Joel Solis scores about 29-28 Elikana. And Judge Gino Garcia scores about 29-28 for your winner via split decision, Billy Elikana!
So Billy Elikana with the split decision victory, likely on the strength of that uppercut, some of the big hooks that he was able to land. Was it enough to earn Billy Elikana an invitation to the regular season next year? We won't have that answer just yet, but something to think about. Do you want a chance to see the biggest signing in PFL history? Francis Ngannou, who takes on the Gypsy King Tyson Fury. Do you want to see him live and in person in Saudi Arabia? Follow the official PFL Instagram at PFL MMA. Put yourself in the running for a chance and an all-expenses paid trip to see the action. Kai Bennett will be up next in a women's flyweight showcase, making her PFL debut. There's her opponent, Chelsea Hackett, made the trip all the way from Australia. Caught up with our very own Paige Van Zant a little bit earlier.
Chelsea, you're a 2-time Muay Thai world champion, transferring into MMA in 2019, I believe.
Yes.
How has that transition been?
Look, it's come with its challenges, but no, I'm loving it, and it's the reason I am where I am today. You know, I've stayed dedicated, I've stayed committed to learning a completely different sport, and yeah, I love it.
Now, I was supposed to watch you fight on the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, visa issues pushed you back. How has your journey been, and how do you feel finally being able to compete on the big show?
Look, I'm so excited to be here. I was supposed to be here in February. Like you said, visa problems, coming all the way from Australia has its struggles. So, yeah, no, that was a massive letdown. But 7 months later, we're here, and I'm just over-prepared, over-ready, and I can't wait to get out there.
That's awesome. You're here to make a statement. Any plans on how you plan on taking over tonight?
Look, a win anyway, a knockout, submission, decision, but I plan on taking the win home, and that's why I came here.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you.
I know that I am the best fighter this year in the 145-pound division.
Yo he venido aquí a ganar, he venido a... Y ese es... No tengo otro pensamiento, siempre voy a salir a ganar.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex. He's got the neck. Now this has been a big improvement in his game. He's got it. He's putting him in his
out. Bubba Jenkins with a quick six.
Everybody who thinks they can beat me is on notice.
Oh, and a kick landed. Oh my goodness, is down and Jesus Pereira
Voy a salir a acabarlo, voy a noquearlo. Sea en el primero, en el segundo o en el tercero, pero él va a caer.
Every round has been a dominated bad man round. That's the way I see it going.
Welcome back to San Antonio, Texas, Professional Fighters League action. Up next, a women's flyweight bout presented by Geico, Chelsea Hackett, and Kai Bennett.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Kai Bennett.
Kai Cobra Bennett making her PFL debut. 2 over 3 pro wins have come inside the distance. She trains out there with a great camp in Denver, Colorado. Hoping to get an invitation to a future PFL season in a new weight class.
And in the red corner, Chelsea Hackett.
The Hammer has come all the way from Australia. Former Muay Thai champion who's made the transition to mixed martial arts. Starting out her journey, was supposed to be here for the Challenger Series back in February. Now has an opportunity to impress the bosses in her PFL debut. Sale the Tape is brought to you by Geico. Both of these women, young fighters, 24 years of age for Chelsea Hackett, as is Kai Bennett, 25. You can see Chelsea Hackett is an inch taller, weighed in a pound heavier, has a 1-inch advantage in the arm reach, but the longer legs belong to Kai Bennett.
Oh, this should be a fun fight for Chelsea Hackett. Her key to victory is going to be her striking variety and also her forward pressure. And for Kai Bennett, she has excellent knees, especially in the clinch. And also, I think it would serve her well to try to put Hackett on her back.
Andy Shepard gets the women started.
The following is a special showcase bout in the women's flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 3 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 124 3/4 pounds. And her mixed martial arts record consists of 3 victories and 2 losses. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado, Cobra Kai Bennett! And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a Muay Thai specialist and stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125 3/4 pounds and holds a professional mixed martial arts record of 3 victories, 1 defeat, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, Chelsea Hammer Hackett! Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley will oversee the action inside the smart cage. Chelsea Hackett in the blue, Kai Bennett in the gray.
All right, ladies, this is what you're up for right here. You ready? Ready? Let's go to work.
Touch of gloves, Kai Bennett comes out and immediately gets to work from that southpaw stance.
She says no thanks to the
Yeah. Immediately, Hackett grabs hold, double underhooks, has the body lock here on Kai Bennett. Former Muay Thai champion. Looks like she's trying to get this fight to the ground early.
Yeah, Hackett trying to hook that leg, trying to steer her towards the mat. Bennett doing a good job of controlling that wizard so far. Now trying to frame on the face of Hackett to create some space.
Tight body lock by Hackett. Double underhooks, good grip.
Yeah, this isn't a foreign position in Muay Thai. You'll see a lot of clinch fighting in that sport. Hackett doing a good job of getting control. There's the hook in the leg.
It's a great job of reaping that leg out, and now
almost full mount here, trying to take it back.
Look at that strength there from Bennett.
Wow. Just grabs a wizard and stands back up.
Wow.
Start fighting the hands here. Good wrist control, good wrist control.
Hackett doing a great job of not allowing any space for Bennett to create a frame. I mean, look at this. Bennett's got her hand and wrist in the right spot, but Chelsea Hackett just pulling forward with the pressure.
Hackett trying to change directions, steering her one way, then bringing her back, trying to pull her over those hips. Bennett not having it. Great balance.
Yeah, this is where you got to watch out for those knees of Bennett as well.
There's a look through ref cam. Randy, are you surprised that the Muay Thai practitioner has initiated the fight in this manner?
No, not actually. I found so many similarities to Greco-Roman wrestling and Muay Thai that I'm not surprised this is where they both want to operate. They both have very strong striking Muay Thai backgrounds.
Gotta go for those trips faster. Faster feet there. Nice, nice.
Bennett has reversed position, now pressing Hackett in. There's Martin Hamlets, former national champion in Greco-Roman for Norway, competing later on tonight in a light heavyweight semifinal, looking to earn his spot in a PFL 205-pound championship.
Hackett again winning that double underhook battle. Bennett doing a good job of framing on that chin though.
Bennett managed to get an over-under, did a re-pummel, got into over-under. Hackett wasn't having it. She's dug right back in, got those double unders. Bennett trying to find an underhook now so she can try and steer herself off the fence, trade places with Hackett.
Once again, Hackett trying to isolate that leg of Bennett, but Bennett does a good job snaking out of it, getting her feet back on the ground. Sharp knee into the midsection from Hackett, a couple of them. Dan Hardy, what do you think of the action so far?
I'm really liking this pressure from Chelsea Hackett, but one thing we have to bear in mind is that she's lost the element of surprise on the takedown now. Her opponent is going to know that this is part of her game plan, and this is also, you know, we've got to wonder who's most energy adapted to this position. Is it going to be the Muay Thai fighter? Although there is a lot of similarity with this clinch, this is very exhausting when it becomes a wrestling match.
Beautiful knees.
Paige Van Zandt in the building. Grueling so far between these two women. What do you think?
Work for position as your knee and tie.
Use it, guy.
Use it. Heavy whizzer here. Heavy whizzer.
Worth pointing out, and I think Dan mentioned it when he said energy adapted.
Nice,
It's
Kyle.
not always the
Nice,
most fan-friendly style of fighting, but it's about as tough as it comes when it comes to a gas tank standpoint.
Yeah, you have to train this way every single day to be even conditioned enough to do this and execute this in the fight for 15 minutes.
Yeah, no question about it. I think Dan was very smart to point that out. Efficiency, technique, and conditioning is crucial.
Final minute of this fight. Most of it has taken place right here against the smart cage barrier. Chelsea Hackett, an absolute bulldog with the forward pressure, frustrating into the offensive attempts here from Kai Bennett, and once again trying to get that leg, take this fight to the ground. Temporarily successful, but right back to the feet. Another excellent display of awareness and strength by Kai Bennett.
The balance and the ability not to concede a position by Bennett is very, very impressive.
Final 10 seconds. Speaking of impressive, that might be the best 10-second knockout I've ever heard.
Loud.
Stop.
Round 2 when we return.
There, you've got to be busy with your knees. Now, there's no need to go straight back into that. Just be busy staying long for now and make her chase you. All right? Other than that, like, there's not much giving away from that round. You've got to be busy on that wall with those knees. She's going to come through. Hurt her on the way through.
Excellent advice from the corner there of Chelsea Hackett. If you want to keep her there, you got to be busier with the knees to really make a statement of it. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian back cage side. Chelsea Hackett in the blue, Kai Bennett in the gray. Women's flyweight showcase.
And despite it being a grinding first round, both ladies moving well, very bouncy still, very active as well.
Bennett, heavy forward movement here, but wants this to be a striking battle so far in the first 20.
Oh, boy. Big right hand by Hackett, backed Bennett up.
And she decides to dive in on the takedown, might actually be working in the benefit of Kai Bennett, who looked like she got cracked with the left hook as well. Hackett getting those hips forward, trying to pull off the mount position here.
Yeah, doing a good job of elevating her position, keeping her head above the head of Kai Bennett. Now she's losing it a little bit. Bennett doing a good job of getting her back to the cage now. Hackett drives her right back to the mat, though. Now has an underhook she can mount from here. She goes back to half guard.
Hackett just missed that mount position. It just slipped away from her. But she did secure the top position and get that takedown. Now can she be effective from here?
Good. Stay there with that crossface.
Kai Bennett appears to be fully recovered from that
now. Turn her face away with your shoulder.
temporary rock she received on the right hand.
Hackett has good shoulder pressure right now. Now going into mount.
Full mount.
This is not good for Bennett here. She's trying to turn, she's trying to bridge, but very difficult to do when you're holding on to the head of your opponent. You're actually pulling her into you. She needs to be able to create space, push on the hips, push on the knees. It makes it more complicated now with the cage being where it is.
Shoulder punch by Hackett.
Randy, where can Hackett take most advantage of this position?
She's got to stay low like she's binding in now and make it difficult for Bennett to get out from underneath her, make it miserable, cross-face her, put your forearm on her cheek, weight on her, and you can punch from there. Obviously no elbows in the PFL. It's one of the only differences in this organization versus other MMA organizations.
Bennett can bridge now. She's trapped the arm of Hackett. Hackett's got to be very careful to not let her wrap up that arm. She's able to bridge to her left. She can roll her.
Hackett staying in that low mount, keeping those vines in there. It's going to make it very difficult for Bennett to use her hips and change this position.
Stay heavy on top. Stay as wide as you can.
She has to make sure she has both sides, though, because if she traps one side, she'll actually trap herself.
That's it. Good girl. Excellent.
Going to work with the left hand from the top.
She's showing you no respect.
The downside of this low mount is
Good girl.
it's harder to create meaningful power, but Hackett's finding a way.
These are nasty
Give up that
shots.
back. Those are some great shots.
And now snakes a left arm around the neck of Kai Bennett. Here's a squeeze.
Looks like it's over the chin. Hard to see the camera angle here. I think Bennett's safe for now.
Hackett's only got one anchor in. She's only got one hook in. She needs both really to turn Bennett's hips.
Hackett with the right hand work now, punishing the ear. Going to work on the side of the head of Kai Bennett, who's finding a way to build herself back into a base after being mounted.
Both hooks in now by Hackett.
I love seeing the mix of submission attacks and ground and pound. Hackett keeping Bennett on guard on both sides. Attacking that rear naked choke now.
Switches the grip to that short angle.
Trying to get it locked in.
Nice work by Kai Bennett to tuck the chin back in. Oh, excellent switch of the hips there for Chelsea Hackett to stay on top.
Yeah, she did a good job of understanding when to let go of that submission attempt, able to get on top. Well done there.
Yeah, good job, Chelsea. Left punch, good job. Good.
Hackett just staying busy from this top position.
Now the high mount.
Good punches, Chelsea. Punch, punch.
Bennett has to turn over, give up her back.
Punches, Chelsea. Good girl.
Hackett is right in front of her own corner, able to hear every bit of advice as Kai Bennett hanging on, surviving the onslaught.
Yeah, Bennett showing a lot of toughness here. She's eaten a lot of shots. Been in some tough positions now. Now Hackett trying to lift the chin. She's underneath.
She's got it tight. There's the tap.
Chelsea Hackett, submission win in her PFL debut. Kenny, a lot to like from that performance. Chelsea Hackett, her fourth win, her first submission victory in a young and promising career.
No question about it. You know, coming from a Muay Thai background, it's not always easy making a smooth transition into mixed martial arts. She went right to the grappling to start the fight. We saw tremendous striking in round two, showing she is a complete mixed martial artist.
Here's the stats, our Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. You see almost 50 strikes on the ground from Chelsea Hackett and the takedowns from the Muay Thai champion.
All right, let's take a look at some action here. This was A beautiful overhand right that got Bennett's attention. This was in round 2, and there was another right hand that was like a laser right down the middle. Able to get that top position. She was able to pry that guillotine off of her neck. And there's where she transitioned into mount. And she wasn't just trying to get position, she was staying busy with her ground and pound. And this is where that striking background can be a big advantage. Used her striking to get superior position, to chip away, to weaken her opponent. Shot after shot after shot. She was going for this rear naked choke a few times in round 2. Look at these left hooks. Short shots can be very effective, especially when they're accurate like that, right to the cheek, right to the eye. Here's where she lifted up that chin, was able to get underneath. Beautiful job there by Chelsea Hackett. She may have that Muay Thai background, but she looked like a grappler in this fight. Here's that finish. Wasn't able to get that left hand behind the head, but it didn't matter. The choke was strong enough to get the job done. What a performance from Hackett, taking out a very tough Kai Bennett.
PFL's proprietary AI score round by round. The only way to get a perfect score of 100 is to get a finish inside the round. Chelsea Hackett able to do so in round number 2. And to make it official, Andy Shepard in the smart cage.
Referee Kerry Hatley calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 42 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner via submission to a rear naked choke, Chelsea Hackett!
Dan Hardy is in the cage with our winner.
So I'm here with Chelsea Hackett for our Celsius post-fight winner interview. You came out straight away and started wrestling. You surprised everybody. Muay Thai world champion, you came out looking like a wrestler. Talk to me about that decision.
You know, when you have been put on the sidelines for almost 3 years, COVID, pullouts, injuries, I just spent so many hours and time in the gym and working on all my weaknesses, my wrestling, my jiu-jitsu, and I really wanted to make a statement, and I think that's the best statement I could have made, so really happy with that.
I think you absolutely made a statement. That was very impressive. I saw you shaking your arms out there and saying to your corner team, is it a different feeling to come in here and win by grappling?
Oh yeah, I went back to the corner. I was like, I could not feel my arms. They're so swollen. I'm like, holy shit, how am I gonna do this? But no, it doesn't matter. I wasn't gassed, it was just my forearms.
That was really impressive. So what's next for you? When do you want to get back in here?
Look, I've had 3 years off, so shit, put me in next week. Oh, I can't swear, sorry. Yeah, put me in next week, I'm ready, but I would love to fight in no, that's next weekend. Well, yeah, New York, cool. Put me on next weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Chelsea Hackett.
It's actually 2 weeks when we're in New York, Chelsea, so you get a little extra time if you want it. Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Become a PFL fan token holder today by downloading the Socios.com US app. More showcase action, this time in the welterweight division. Anthony Ivy, a local favorite, fighting right out of here in San Antonio, Texas. He'll take on Carson Hartman, who's from my stomping grounds, the Utah. Next.
Desde muy temprana edad empecé a practicar deporte de contacto, ¿no? Siempre me gustó, apenas acabé la escuela, me metí a entrenar artes marciales mixtas y me dediqué a esto, dije, esto es lo que quiero hacer toda mi vida, me gusta.
Oh, nice left left hand by Pinedo, though.
Fue una pelea muy buena, no muy intensa. Dieron la pelea de la noche, pero siento que gané esa pelea.
There's the takedown. Oh, finishing strong.
Siento que los jueces no estuvieron bien al darle a él la pelea. Pero así es, cosas que pasan, ¿no? En el deporte ahora. Es una adrenalina. No sé cómo describirlo, pero me encanta pelear, soy un peleador. Cuando estoy en la jaula siento la adrenalina al 100. Todos mis sentidos están activados, ¿no? Y me gusta esa sensación y simplemente es así.
Man, how about that, Pinedo? Stumbles Lockney a little bit. Oh, body kick landed. Oh my goodness, is down and Pinedo pounds it out. Jesus Pinedo, he has done it. Wow. And a huge upset. Pinedo weeping with joy on the canvas and clinches the final playoff spot in the upset of the year so far in mixed martial arts. San Antonio, Texas is a wonderful place to have some playoff fights in the Professional Fighters League. There's a look at the Alamo and the iconic statue of Davy Crockett. Up next, a showcase opportunity for Anthony Ivy and Carson Hardman, brought to you by Locked In. Let's check in with our betting experts, though. Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker. What do you think so far, fellas?
No, it's been all right, but it's about to get way more interesting because this next fight shot is the first of our four-leg Parker's Parlay. And Ian, I love how you think about fighting from an analyst perspective as well. Why do you think Anthony Ivy is the play in this next fight?
Well, Coach, after losing a bunch in a row, Anthony Ivy had to really dig deep and go to his bread and butter and kind of analyze, hey, how am I going to win? Where do I do best where my opponent doesn't? And that's the ground game. His last two wins, he's won by submission, specifically rear naked choke. And his opponent, Carson Hardman, two of his last three losses have also come by submission. That's where the ground game is going to be the difference for Anthony Ivy. If he puts the pressure on, gets the fight to the floor, there's a world of difference there. That's where my prediction is.
All right, you can't win a parlay, Sean O'Connell, unless you win the first leg. And we're about to do that right now. Back to you.
Thank you to our experts.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage in the blue corner, Carson Hardman.
Carson Hardman has built a real name for himself in my home state. 12-3 with 11 finishes. 8 of those have come by knockouts, 3 by submission. Looking to make a name for himself now in the Professional Fighters League.
And in the red corner, Anthony Ivy.
Anthony Ivy, the Texan, the man from right here in San Antonio. 11 pro wins, all of them have come inside the distance. 5 knockouts, 6 submissions. They call him Aquaman. Here's your tail of the tape, presented by Locked In. Anthony Ivy is 5 years the elder of Carson Hardman. He is also the taller fighter here at 6 feet 2 inches. Hardman came in a little light for welterweight, only weighed in at 168. You can see a reach advantage for Anthony Ivy on both the arms and the legs.
All right, keys to victory here for Anthony Ivy. Got to look for those takedowns. Ian Parker was talking about that rear naked choke. We may see that again. Also, he needs to use those boxing combinations, use that reach. And for Carson Hardman, he's got to be patient out there and use that striking to get in and get out.
Andy Shepard gets the welterweights going.
The following is a showcase bout in the welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a mixed martial arts specialist and stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 168 1/4 pounds and holds a professional record of 12 wins, 3 losses, 8 victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Lehigh, Utah, Perfect Storm, Carson Hardman. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a mixed martial arts specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 171 pounds. In 18 professional fights, he has amassed a record of 11 wins and 7 losses. Fighting out of San Antonio, Texas, Anthony Aquaman Ivy. Your referee in charge, Jeff Rexroth.
Jeff Rexroth will oversee the action. Anthony Ivy is in the blue, Carson Hardman in the gray trunks.
Ready? Fight!
Welterweight showcase contest. Overhand right there from Hardman. No hesitation from these two welterweights, getting right to the action. A level change here from Ivy.
Nice level change by Ivy, getting in deep on the double, switching to the high single. Hardman threatens the neck. Ivy has to adjust.
Hardman, great job grabbing that underhook for Hardman. Now Ivy grabs his own, works his way down to a single leg attempt.
Another high single by Ivy. Took the white up. There's the takedown.
I do think Ivy's going to have the advantage here by getting this top position, but Hardman had a fight not too long ago go viral. He was knocked down, immediately went for a heel hook for the finish, so he can get things done down there on the ground as well.
Ivy sitting in the half guard.
Trying to get that crucifix position. Hardman wise to it, but he needs to get that right arm underhooked if he wants to extricate himself from the bottom position.
Gotta be careful not to give up the mount here.
Ivy has good position here again, mixing things up with his strike so he can advance position even more. You gotta be a double threat when you're on the ground there from this top position. Hardman now trying to get that lockdown, trying to control that left leg that's inside the half guard of Hardman.
Ivy trying to use his legs to trap that free arm. He's got his knee on it. Can he keep him there?
Ivy has done an excellent job of creating power on these short shots. The hammer fist, the little right hooks. Not wasting a lot of motion here in that top position.
Yeah, he's getting good posture. Hardman now has the right underhook. He can try to get underneath Ivy, try to off-balance him or get back to his feet. Oh, he's turning his back. This is not what you want to do against someone like Ivy.
His right arm is trapped as well by the posture of Ivy.
Oh, wow.
Hardman is getting choked.
He's done. Tough to get out of that one hand. Look at that.
There's a tap. Anthony Ivy continues the win streak.
And continues the rear naked choke streak as well. That's his fourth finish in a row.
Trapped the arm of Carson Hardman behind himself, between their two bodies, so he only had to fight one arm as he was going for that choke attempt.
That's absolutely nasty.
Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. Not a huge accumulation of numbers here. Anthony Ivy with the takedown early. Used that to advance position, get where he wanted to be, and finish this fight. Strong start to Parker's parlay as well. This is one leg for Ian Parker. Andy Shepard can make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jeff Rexroad calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 34 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via submission to a rear naked choke, Anthony Ivy!
The local crowd with a little pop for the hometown boy, Anthony Ivy. PFL debut, a success. And he's with Dan Hardy inside of the smart cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Anthony Ivy for the Celsius post-fight interview. My friend, that was very impressive. Straight to the floor, straight to the back. You trapped his arm up his back as well. What was the game plan coming in here? Was that the intention?
Yes, that was the most of the attention. Try to stand up with him a little bit, get him very occupied with the stand-up, take him down, finish the fight. Yeah, that's how you know it, baby, you know?
What was it like walking out to the smart cage in front of this awesome San Antonio crowd?
Hey, San Antonio! Let's go, baby! Let him know that you want Aquaman back. Let him know that you want Aquaman back in his cage, baby. And I appreciate every single one of y'all. I know I have my downfalls, but I have my back ever since then. I love every single each and one of y'all, and I appreciate it. Let's go, San Antonio! Let's go!
Let's have a quick look at this replay. I think we're going to show you this replay. Talk me through this.
So yeah, right here, I already knew I had his hand trapped from the backside of the right leg. I just knew it was a matter of time, especially right there. See how it's right there by my hip? It was just a matter of time right there. He was fighting it very good right here. But again, you squeeze, you go harder. You let go, you squeeze again, you go harder, and eventually you'll get the tap.
That was really impressive, my friend. Congratulations. Enjoy that victory, and we'll see you again, I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Ivy!
Make it 4 in a row for Anthony Ivy. And look, this is equally impressive to 4 in a row. At one time in his career, he had lost 5 fights consecutively, and he stuck with it. He battled back from that adversity. And now Anthony Ivy on a win streak and successful in his first outing in the PFL Smart Cage.
That's the definition of resilience right there.
Absolutely, man. Having that faith, having that work ethic to keep at it, awesome.
The fans here in San Antonio love it. Anthony Ivy campaigning for a return to the Smart Cage. There's the Ready for More prep point presented by the United States Air Force Reserve. Thad Jean, Challenger Series contract winner. Feature bout coming up. More to come.
Remember, guys, a lot of people went out here in the sun right now doing this run. They're not out here because they don't want it enough. All this adverse conditions just builds character, makes us stronger. Because when it's fight night, those lights are real bright. You don't want them bright lights to be too hot for you. So that's what we out here for. The heat is on.
Coach Dewey has one of the best systems in the game.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex.
You know, a lot of times he talks about, you know, beating the elements versus beating a man.
Got the neck. Got him tight.
If you can beat the mountain who's been here for thousands of years, then you can beat any one man.
He's got it. Joe Sugden is out.
Wow.
Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
With fighting, man, it's a sacred dance of balance, aggression, and softness. You have to mix it all together.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Oftentimes you think you're going in as one and you come out the other. And you have to be able to bounce back and analyze that correctly.
PFL featherweight #1 seed. You know what that means? This year we must succeed. Championship or bust.
The first time we didn't make it, the second time we got closer. You know, you can't talk your way into a title. You have to go through multiple people to prove you're king.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans, to San Antonio, Texas. Incredible showcase action already, playoff action to come. Something special from Andy Shepherd.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bring your attention to the stage as Major Brian Murray will commence a delayed entry program ceremony where these exceptional individuals will take a solemn oath pledging their allegiance to defend and protect our cherished values.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force is in the house. San Antonio. Yeah. Really quick, I want to thank a couple of folks, right? So first, thank you, PFL. These industry partners are putting on one heck of a venue for our folks to come up here and share this warrior space with your warriors. Thank you so much for having us out here, number one, all right? Number two, San Antonio, thank you so much. Thank you. You integrate us into your families, your lives, the neighborhoods. We could not do this without you. Thank you so much. All right, now to the other main event of the evening. Okay, before you are United States Airmen. I'm going to administer the oath, 70 words, and they affirm their commitment to you and fighting for this country. So, if you will, here we go. Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. All right, there it is. Your newest United States Air Force Airman, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time as we honor their dedication and show our unwavering American support.
Congratulations to those young people and future airmen and women. There's Lisa Malden putting the final touches on a warm-up. So far 1-0 inside of our smart cage after a successful Challenger Series debut. She'll take on Dirty Des Yanez when we return. Let me explain how it works for you here in the Professional Fighters League. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season fights, those are already in the books. 3 points for wins in those, bonus points if you can get a finish in any round. And the top 4 fighters in each division make the playoffs. That's where we're at now here in San Antonio. This is the playoffs. $1 million, as I just mentioned, for the champion in each of our divisions. Beautiful city, and so far some exciting action in the smart cage. It's been all showcase bouts as we push towards our playoffs in the featherweight division and the light heavyweight division. Here's a women's flyweight showcase bout. Dirty Des Yanez versus Lisa Malden, brought to you by Just for Men. One-day bearded brown color.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Lisa Malden.
Lisa Malden coming off a successful PFL Challenger Series bout. She was a finalist in the Challenger Series, ended up losing out to her opponent tonight, Des Yanez. She's 5-3 as a pro. Fighting's a family affair. That's her sister in the corner. Coach Colin Oyama has a ton of fighters at the very highest levels of mixed martial arts. And tonight, Lisa Malden will look to prove herself once again.
And in the red corner, Desiree Yanez.
Dirty Des Yanez has some support in the crowd tonight. She's from Big Spring, Texas, not so far away from where we're at right now. She won the contract on our Challenger Series earlier this year. Back in February, been training and getting ready for this ever since. Here's our tail of the tape, brought to you by Just for Men. Both of these women 33 years of age. Lisa Malden is the taller fighter at 5'7", 65-inch arms on both women. A 2-inch advantage on the leg reach belongs to Dirty Des Yanez.
All right, keys to victory for Desiree Yanez. She needs to keep a fast pace and be consistent throughout this fight. For Malden, she needs to keep Yanez on the outside, use that reach, use that height advantage, and try to hit some takedowns. Try to put Yanez on her back.
Andy Shepard, if you please.
The following is a showcase bout in the women's flyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125 1/4 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 5 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Orange, California, Lisa Molden! And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She is a freestyle competitor and stands 5 feet 4 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 125 pounds and in 11 professional fights has built a record of 7 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Big Spring, Texas, she is the 2023 PFL Challenger Series winner, Dirty Desiree Yanez! Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley oversees the action, 3 5-minute rounds in a flyweight showcase. Des Yanez in the blue, Lisa Molden in the gray.
Work for you. Ready? It's good work.
Yeah, this is great matchmaking right here. Both ladies won this year earlier in the Challenger Series. It's been a tremendous asset to the PFL. We found so much excellent talent. They're getting right after it.
Malden's gonna have to think twice about throwing a naked kick. Yanez, as soon as that kick landed on her thigh, unleashed a flurry. Back and forth already.
Malden definitely going to those long-range strikes. There's the jab. You've seen a lot of teeps to the body against Yanez as well. Yanez showing excellent head movement. Oh, big right hand from Yanez, and she gets on top.
She caught that kick right into the closed guard of Lisa Molden, who's got the right arm of Des Yanez isolated for now.
Yanez has good head position. She's keeping her head over the head of Molden, which takes away a lot of your ability to get submissions. Malden now looking for that butterfly hook, trying to elevate the hips. That allows her to get back to her feet, and she gets on top. Beautiful reversal from Malden.
Now Des tries to get this butterfly guard. Right foot on the hip of Lisa Molden.
Malden very good from this top position. That's where she was able to win her Challenger Series fight earlier this year. Yanez trying to elevate the hips of Malden and try to get back to her feet herself.
Dan Hardy here with us cage side. A little reversal of positions early. We're seeing some good stuff from both women, Dan.
Yeah, I've got a very excited Kenny Florian sat next to me after that reversal. That was beautiful, you know. You know, as soon as the kick was caught, Molden pulled guard. You could tell she had a preference of being in the guard position, and we could see why. She was able to initiate a sweep, and now she's on top position. Beautiful decision-making so far. Very competitive fight, though. I can't take my eyes off this one.
I'm sorry, Dan. I pinch him every time there's a reversal in a fight, so he's going to be bruised up, I think.
Lisa Molden has now worked herself to the back of Des Yanez.
Oh!
Who's got the 2-on-1, but here comes a hook from Lisa Molden, controlling the hips of Des Yanez.
Yanez has some work to do here. She needs to remove that bottom hook, that right leg of Molden if she wants to get out of this. Uh-oh. Malden going after that rear naked choke. You can still finish it on the jaw.
Squeezing on the face of Des Yanez, but you can see the urgency to get this off from Dirty Des.
Now it's underneath. This is going to be a finish.
Lisa Molden, first round submission.
Wow. That is a statement. And a primal scream from Malden. Wow.
Some glass rattling somewhere around here,
Yeah.
for sure.
Lisa Molden gets it done in the first frame. Surgical on the ground. Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. And you could see Des Yanez had her moments. She landed, but Lisa Malden with the sweep. And then from there, just advanced position, passes the guard, gets on the back, sinks in the choke.
Here's that right hand from Yanez. Nice little combination from Yanez. That wasn't the right hand that dropped her and allowed her to get on top anyway. He had some nice exchanges in that first round. There's that right hand into the double leg takedown from Yanez. Malden stayed calm. She was able to get that half butterfly, elevated the hips of Yanez, which allowed her to get on top. And this is where the fight just completely changed. This is where Malden was able to really take over this fight. Beautiful rear naked choke. This was a very confident Lisa Malden. And again, can't forget, she lost her brother before that Challenger Series fight. She was very emotional. Gets another win tonight.
We'll make this one official and perhaps speak with Lisa Malden when we return on ESPN+. Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Man's new one-day beard and brow coat. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Man, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Lisa Malden with the first round submission victory. Making this official, Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kerry Hatley calls a halt to the action at 3 minutes and 8 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via submission to a rear naked choke, Lisa Malden!
So they were finalists. Dirty Des Yanez and Lisa Malden were finalists on the Challenger Series. The fan vote goes to Yanez. She ends up getting the contract, but in the head-to-head matchup, Lisa Malden victorious. Dan Hardy's with the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner for the Celsius post-fight interview, Lisa Malden. That was very, very impressive. You were calm from the get-go. You exchanged a few strikes, but then your leg got caught and you pulled guard straight away. Did you feel confident that you were going to be in that position, you were going to be able to do something with it?
Honestly, I didn't intend to pull guard, but it just happened. And from there, from repetition, I need to reverse, get on top somehow. So I'm glad about that.
It was a beautiful finish. Talk to me about the motivation coming in here. You seem very focused, but you seem very charged up as well. What's the determination coming in here?
I really love this promotion, PFL. You guys treat fighters really well, and I'm very thankful to just be here. So thank you, PFL, for having me.
And your corner team reacting here. You've got great support, of course. Colin Oyama, a legend in the game. What's the training camp been like for this one?
Always, my training camps are always 100% full in, no 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It's 100% I dedicate myself to training, and I think it shows.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Lisa Malden.
Lisa Malden building a little win streak here. Her second career submission. For more, Paige Van Zandt.
That was an incredible performance by Malden. She came in having a lot to prove because Des did get the contract on the same season that they fought in. From me being in that arena, watching her fight the first time, she has immensely improved her skill set. She was cool, calm, and collected all fight week. The same thing in the cage, so congratulations on an impressive performance.
Congratulations. One more showcase bout on our early card. Ali Omar getting himself dialed in. He'll take on Thad Jean in a welterweight affair. That's coming up on the other side.
Oh! Big hook lands for Impa. Wow. Face plants Osama El Saidi. TKO in the first round for Chilobo.
Impa Kasanganay.
Impa Kasanganay, light heavyweight contract winner.
This is my home here with my Mongolian yurt. It's the most peaceful place I've probably slept in my life. It's a place where I really find my peace and I can recharge. Even better than decompress, I can just like shed the day. It makes me really feel connected with the earth and feel connected to my life. And no matter how the day goes, training can go crazy. I could have a fight drop or something, but when I come back here, I know everything's all right. And I just worship, pray, just center my spirit and be ready to attack the next day.
Ready? Fight's on.
Oh, great right hand there. That rocked Hendrick. Nice searching hook there for Kasanganay.
Impa's hooks are landing hard.
I don't care who it is. I'm down to fight, go finish the fight, claim the victory, move forward. When the semifinals and the finals come, I'll be ready.
Kasanganay understands the assignment here to take Karen out of this round.
Nice right hand from the top there for Impa Kasanganay.
Now here's an arm triangle. He could finish this.
There's a tap! A quick tag, a second round finish for Impa Kasanganay and 5 points. Welcome back, fight fans. San Antonio, Texas, playing host to the action this week as the featherweights and the light heavyweights gear up for semifinal playoff opportunities. There's a look at the Alamo, right across from our host hotel. We're at the Boeing Center now here in San Antonio. Our main event, Bubba Jenkins, Jesus Pinedo, Comaine, Josh Silveira, Ty Flores. All of these fighters looking to move from the regular season through this semifinal and into a $1 million championship opportunity. I get it. In mixed martial arts, you don't hear about a regular season and the playoffs all that often. Let me explain for you newcomers how it works here in the PFL. 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. Our 2 regular season fights, they're finished. They're in the books. Fighters were able to get points based on wins and bonus points for finishes to determine the seeds in our playoffs tonight. The top 4 fighters have made these playoffs, and if you're successful tonight, you punch your ticket to a $1 million championship fight in every division. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside the smart cage. 2 regular season fights for all of these fighters. And look, mixed results. But you've got to be able to bounce back if you lose. You got to get a finish. If you lost your first one, some of the fighters, our #1 seeds, have been able to battle their way through a couple of tough contests, victorious in both of them. Randy, it's a tough test no matter what path you took to these playoffs.
Absolutely true. Saying I want to be a world champion rolls off the tongue very, very easily. Be careful what you wish for. Sign up for the PFL, you're going to fight 4 times in 8 months. It means you got to front load your camps, manage those injuries, and be able to come back in 8 weeks and solve that problem of that guy standing across the cage from you again. Very, very tough and grueling season format.
Yeah, this is the 3rd fight in about 5 months for all of our semifinalists. And actually, for a couple of them, the newcomers who had to earn their opportunity this season on our Challenger Series, Impaka Sanganai and Gabriel Braga, these guys had to fight before that. So you're talking about 4 fights in about 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a brutal schedule. But, you know, we have the newcomers, PFL newcomers, taking on guys with PFL playoff experience. So, you know, experience counts for a lot, but do not doubt inspiration and faith as well.
We've had some great action inside the smart cage already. But, of course, it's all about the playoffs. And here's how our featherweight bracket lays out for later tonight on ESPN. We'll simulcast here on ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes. Bubba Jenkins is the 1 seed. He's had an incredible year so far. Jesus Pinedo, he's who I was talking about, a fighter who lost their first regular season bout and had to bounce back with a quick finish in the second half of the regular season. He did so in the most impressive fashion possible, taking out last year's champion, Brendan Loughnane. Gabriel Braga, he's looked really good this season, going all the way back to his Challenger Series debut. Chris Wade also lost his first regular season bout to Bubba Jenkins, and then he bounced back with a quick submission victory. But guess what? He was still on the outside looking in until Movlid Haibulaev got injured, and now Chris Wade steps in. Now let's focus on our main event. Bubba Jenkins, Jesus Pinedo. I want to start with Bubba. He's gotten better and better and better. Is this the year he wins a championship?
You know, it seemed like the whole mixed martial arts world was excited about the prospect of Bubba Jenkins just getting into the sport because of his wrestling background. The fact he was a national champion at Arizona State. Well, you know, he struggled a little bit in the first season of the PFL, but he learned from that and has improved so much as a striker, as a submission artist, and as an all-around mixed martial artist. Everything from his game plans and everything he's doing out there this season, he's been firing on all cylinders.
And if you don't believe Kenny Florian, do you believe Triple C? Henry Cejudo had that to say about Bubba. I truly believe Badman can bring home $1 million this year. Just a few tweaks, and this dude is one of the baddest 145ers in all of mixed martial arts. And look, that's what he's been doing, adding those new wrinkles, the little tweaks. Dewey Cooper and company have really helped mold Bubba Jenkins into a fully fleshed out, well-rounded mixed martial artist. But Jesus Pinedo, lesser known than Bubba Jenkins, doesn't mind this underdog role, as we saw in his last outing.
Absolutely. Rolls into the season, relatively unknown, faces Braga in a tough split decision loss. Back against the wall, has to have a finish against last season's world champion. And there it is, right there. The knee, right up the middle, hits Brendan Loughnane and ends his night with a little ground and pound. So this is a man that is a finisher. 16 finishes, 12 by knockout. He can take the pressure. He's dug himself a little bit of a hole. He did miss weight by 0.4 of a pound. So now he's got 1 point minus on his scorecard. He's got to finish Bubba Jenkins or win every single round. No small task.
It's an incredible main event. And by the way, the other half of the featherweight bracket is really intriguing as well, because Chris Wade is battling, trying to get back to a championship, and Braga might be the next big thing at 145 pounds. But everyone's really here to see the light heavyweights. Let's take a look at that 205-pound bracket. Josh Silveira is the 1 seed. Ty Flores is the 4. Martin Hamlet, who at one time was in a PFL championship, he lost to Shoe Face, and he lost pretty quickly, so he's got a bad taste in his mouth still from that. Wants to get back to a championship. He takes on Impaka Sanganai, who started this year on our PFL Challenger Series. All right, Randy, let's talk about Josh Silveira. Much has been made of the father-son dynamic, something that you have a little experience with, right? Your own son, high-level fighter, and obviously you're a legend in the game. For Josh Silveira, when he walks into the cage, How much can his dad really help him?
Well, I think at that point his dad's wearing a different hat. He's not the nervous father. He's wearing the hat of that coach, and he's an amazing coach. And Josh Silveria will tell you that himself. He's got a lot of experience. Josh Silveria has literally grown up in the gym setting. He knows a black belt in jiu-jitsu, great wrestling from Arizona State. He's got dynamic striking, and I think just now finding the confidence and finding his feet and his legs in this sport to make his own mark in the shadow of his father, Conan Silveira.
So Silveira, he was in this position last year in a semifinal fight. He had to fight a teammate in Omari Akhmedov. It didn't go Silveira's way, and he's all about the redemption. He's all about getting that taste out of his mouth. But standing across from him in the smart cage tonight is Ty Flores, who's a lot like Jesus Pinedo, right? He comes into the season with a bunch of experience, but not yet a big name, and he's just been grinding out these victories. Look very impressive.
Yeah, that's right, and he relishes this underdog role. He's a proper 205-pounder. He's going to have a size advantage against Josh Silveira. Make no mistake about that, and that style can be very difficult to deal with. It's frustrating when you have a guy like that who knows how to control you, who knows how to chip away with ground and pound and get to fear position. He's on a 4-fight win streak. He's going to be coming into this fight very confident, trains at a great team, at Team Elevation, one of the best in the world. He is ready to rock.
So Flores has used his wrestling to win his regular season bouts. He's going against a former Division I wrestler. We'll see how that plays out. How are we betting our co-main event and our main event? We've got experts.
I got it.
Coachman, Ian Parker, what do we got?
O'Connell, we got a lot, my friend. Now, if people were with us for the pre-fight show, the numbers have only gone up throughout the evening. We're going to start with the main event. Bubba Jenkins is a big-time favorite, north of minus 300. And for those of you who have never bet MMA before, we don't like to give out minus 200 or higher for a straight play. So, Ian Parker, let's start with this fight. How do we bring that number down to something that we can play?
Thanks, Coach. Well, we're going to go into our fight props. As you see on the PFL betting big board, there's two props that really stand out to me. One is going to be that plus 500 by submission. We've seen him get rear naked chokes in his last few fights, but by decision for someone who's a wrestler, and especially in the playoffs, the points don't matter. The sense of urgency doesn't have to be there as much. So for me, I'm going to pay a little bit more juice. If your book has it, I'm going to go Bubba Jenkins to win by double method of victory, by sub or decision at minus 225.
Yeah, at that number, you really got to get creative. Now, it's really interesting to see how far Silveira has come in the last 12 months. From a guy who was really on the outside looking in, all the way to a #1 seed, and a number tonight that's been around minus 500, and now it's higher than that. Your thoughts on the co-main?
Well, look, Silveira, where he might lack in size, just exudes everywhere else. He does so much better. He's a great wrestler, good jiu-jitsu. His stand-up's really gotten a ton better, and he's fighting someone in Flores who we saw wrestle and kind of gassed towards the end. So I'm going to go back to the fight props here, and this might sound redundant, Coach, but it doesn't bother me one bit. By submission at plus 130 or by decision at plus 300. Now, you can go by finish at minus 225 or at minus 165. Another double method of victory by submission and decision.
Ian, do you know the one place they never look at a ticket and say, oh, that appears redundant? Do you know that place?
I think I know the answer, but it sounds a lot better coming from you.
It's at the pay window, my friend. And I will see you there a little bit later on tonight. Sean, we're going to be here throughout the night on ESPN, on ESPN Plus. We've got to move on to November and fight for $1 million. Sean O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ian. Keep cashing those tickets, ladies and gentlemen. One more welterweight showcase brought to you by Bud Light. This is coming momentarily right here on ESPN Plus. Thad Jean, Ali Omar. We've seen both of these guys inside the PFL cage on our Challenger Series. Randy Couture, let's start with Thad Jean. I keep saying it over and over again, but he is enormous at 170 pounds and still undefeated.
Yeah, very, very tall. Reminds me a little of Sadibou C at this weight class. Long-range weapons on display. He's got great wrestling takedown defense, so he can keep this fight standing, which seems to be exactly where he wants it. Not afraid to step in the pocket and let those hands go. There's that nice kick there. Again, established himself, well-rounded fighter. Lets his hands go. This is the Challenger Series fight that got him here in this showcase bout. Great ground and pound. He's a very, very well-rounded young fighter with a very bright future.
On the opposite side, Ali Omar, who we saw victorious in the Challenger Series, didn't win the contract, but he's here to prove that that was the wrong decision. He wants to show everyone he's better than Thad Jean, who was given a contract.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, there's a lot of hype around Thad Jean, and for good reason. But for Omar, he's not buying it. He's been tuned in all week. He comes from an excellent wrestling background out of Iowa, has excellent kicks as well, has a Taekwondo background. Very good with his hands as well, just knows how to win rounds. He's very creative as well with his striking, always in and out. You can see right there a lot of different ways that he can approach this fight. He's coming in very confident.
So two rising prospects in the welterweight division for a showcase. They're trying to prove to the bosses they deserve to be in the regular season next year. There's Thad Jean, final touches on his warm-up. He'll be in the smart cage when we return.
I know that I am the best fighter this year in the 145-pound division.
Yo he venido aquí a ganar, he venido a... Y ese es... No tengo otro pensamiento, siempre voy a salir a ganar.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex. He's got the neck. Now this has been a big improvement in his game. He's got it. He's putting him asleep. Wow. Bubba Jenkins with a quick six.
Everybody who thinks they can beat me is on notice.
Oh, and a kick landed. Oh my goodness, is down. And Jesus Pereira
Voy a salir a acabarlo, voy a noquearlo. A ver, sea en el primero, en el segundo o en el tercero, pero él va a caer.
Every round has been a dominated bad man round. That's the way I see it going.
San Antonio, Texas. Wonderful host all week long. Playoff action to come here. If you want a chance to see the biggest signing in PFL history, that man, Francis Ngannou, take on the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury, in a boxing super fight live and in person, you need to follow the official PFL Instagram at PFL MMA. Put yourself in the running for a chance at an all-expenses-paid trip to see the action, and you got to bring me with you. That is going to be the event of the year on the Combat Sports calendar. Three 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. A showcase opportunity for Thad Jean and Ali Omar, presented by Bud Light.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out to the blue corner, Ali Omar.
Ali Omar coming off a split decision victory in the PFL Challenger Series back in week 8. That was March of this year. He's got 5 pro wins, a couple of knockouts, a submission, a couple of decisions. Lives in Iowa City, but does his camps down in Las Vegas. He's been training at Syndicate Mixed Martial Arts. They call him the Silent Assassin. Ali Omar looking to be anything but silent tonight as he wants to make a huge statement against the highly touted prospect, Thad Gene. This man is usually very subdued, very quiet. You can see he's got some energy coming into the Smart Cage tonight.
He is fired up.
Yeah, and he's fully aware of the opportunity that's in front of him tonight. To beat someone like that, Gene, would be huge for his career.
And in the red corner, Thad Gene.
Thad Gene comes in once again to the PFL Smart Cage after winning a contract on our Challenger Series. That was in week 1, all the way back in January. He's been champing at the bit to get another opportunity ever since. He's 5-0 as a pro. Trains down there with some legendary coaches in camps in South Florida. Sky really is the limit for this guy. Highly thought of as a prospect, but he's impatient with it, as one would be at 5-0. He wants to be part of our regular season next year. Can he make that kind of statement tonight? We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a very tough fight in Ali Omar, but he's got that certain something, that star quality, and his maturity, his professionalism. You like to see it. You know, sometimes you let talent lead the way, and he knows what kind of opportunity he has as well.
You can see him playing up that nickname, Silverback.
He had dreams as a young child of 2 silverbacks that were his guardian angels, and that's where that nickname came from.
Really fascinating conversation with the fighter about his lucid dreams. He's a really, really interesting cat.
Yeah.
And he's got a ton of talent and the physical tools to go with it. Tail of the Tape brought to you by Bud Light. Both of these fighters 25 years of age. Thad Gene is the taller man at 6'2". Both men weighed in at the 171-pound welterweight limit. 76-inch reach for Thad Gene, 75 for Ali Omar, and the longer legs belong to Ali.
All right, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Thad Gene. He's got to use his kicks, he's got to use his footwork and use that long range in this fight. And for Omar, he's got to be the aggressor, attack the body and attack the legs of Thad Gene.
Andy Shepard gets him going.
The following is a showcase bout in the welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 171 pounds, and his professional record stands at 5 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Iowa City, Iowa, the Silent Assassin, Ali Omar. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is also a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 171 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 5 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Broward County, Florida, and representing Haiti, he is the 2023 PFL Challenger Series winner, Thad Silverback Gene. You done messed up. Your referee in charge, Jeff Reckroad.
Jeff Rexroad is equipped with our ref cam. Thad Jean in the blue, Ali Omar in the gray. Welterweight feature here on ESPN Plus. Exchange of heavy leg kicks to open the action.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do against someone like Omar, who moves so well. He has very good footwork, but oh, big shot again. That right hand, you got to watch out for that from Thad Jean.
Ali Omar threw up the left high kick immediately as that right hand landed.
He continues to pepper that lead leg, then goes upstairs with a high kick. Both these men are very fast. Thad Jean seems like he's operating in fast forward, though. Oh, boy.
That right hand landed for Thad Jean. Ali Omar wears it. Then eats a jab. Omar's been uncorking a bunch of kicks. Tries a spinning attempt there. Good movement there for Omar.
Chin down, don't rush it.
That G's doing a great job of moving his head out of the pocket when he throws those shots and not staying around there and admiring his work.
Well, Omar's got to do something about Thad Jean kind of walking him down here. He's got to maybe try to hit a takedown or something, because Thad just very comfortable moving forward so far.
You don't need those low kicks right now.
That's what Omar needs to do. Good job.
Nice. Just keep working straight punch and control the distance.
Oh, boy. He ate a right hand. It was a right short hook and another.
Dropped him. Thad Jean on the front head.
Uh-oh.
Now the ground and pound.
Wow.
Unloading from the top position.
Oh, these are huge shots.
That's over.
Yeah. Just nasty ground and pound.
Every one of those counted. Wow.
Remains undefeated, and you can see why there is so much hype around this young man.
My goodness. I mean, listen, Ali Omar is not a small welterweight, but Thad Jean just seems like he's in a different weight class, to your point earlier about his size, Sean. Just unbelievable.
Geico Cageonomics stats bundle after that first round finish. Thad Jean landed 30 strikes, and you can see the ground and pound was vicious and accurate. For Ali Omar, a fight like that one, he didn't do a lot of things obviously wrong. It's just Thad Jean was so overwhelmingly good in the early goings there. You can see the AI score a perfect 100. The only way to get that is with the finish. Thad Jean earned one with style. Good display of sportsmanship between these two Challenger Series veterans. We'll make it official when we return on ESPN Plus.
There's a right hook coming over, just misses. Thad Jean. Uppercut right there, just misses. Catches him off balance. Follows it up. Stays in the pocket, knows he's got him hurt. Omar tries to get in on the takedown. Sprawls, Jean covers him. Nice head movement by Jean. There's a little inside shovel hook. And then the right hook after that. Again, sprawl's good. Ends up in that, watch this elevation. He'll keep this elevation and he'll pick his shots and make every one of those ground and pound shots count. That is very, very impressive.
And he told us during the fighter meetings, you're gonna see my ground and pound.
There's the little shovel hook from the inside. Catches Omar, puts him on his backside. Here he is from the elevation, stays high, picks his shots, makes every single shot count there. Triple head bounce on one of those. Wow, very impressive.
Great stoppage by the referee. Dan Hardy loved what he was seeing cage side. Dan G cleaning it up for the crowd here. San Antonio loves the Floridian. Andy Shepard makes this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jeff Rexroad calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 54 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via TKO, Thad G!
Six 6-0 as a pro and standing by with Dan Hardy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with a very happy, a very successful Thad Jean for the Celsius post-fight interview. Man, you've just been a ball of energy all week. Calm and collected, slick movement in there. Talk to me about the game plan coming in here, what you expected from your opponent.
I expected him to strike with me, but I'm a striker myself, and I'm longer, so I was gonna use that to my advantage. I know he liked to use the check hooks, so he uses the check hook, but he drops his hand, so I knew the left hook would be there for me to stun him, and I used that to my advantage against him. He watched my last fight, but if you watch my last fight, I've gotten 10 times better, so you lose, you know?
You're getting better every time, my friend. Look, just talk us through this. Beautiful footwork, stepping through with your punches, good takedown defense, really well managed the whole time. Like, where's the limit for you?
Limit? There's no limit. There is no limit. I put God first, and once you put God first, there's nothing stopping you. I got to give all glory to God, because God is the one that's been putting me in this place. Look at me now. I'm in the PFL, and I'm knocking out great opponents like my opponent just now, and I'm grateful. I am grateful. No limit. No limit at all.
And we spoke earlier this week. We talked about lucid dreaming and your guerrilla crew, but we talked about the welterweights in the playoffs. You want to be up there with these guys. You want to fight these guys. Tell me about this.
Like I said in the little talk we had, Sadi Wasiz, he's amazing. So and that gets my blood boiling to see someone so good at striking like he is, and he's able to control the distance. And I would love to test my skills against him. I know that I'm not at the level where he's at yet to be able to contend with him, but if I can, put me in there. Put me in there. I'm excited. I'm ready to go against anyone, anybody that thinks they can step in the cage with me.
I'm excited to watch your career, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Thad Jean!
Thad Jean, the hype train keeps churning along. That's our final early card fight. We'll talk about it next.
So here we are, going into the playoffs, right back where I was last year.
Right hand there from Akhmedov. Oh, high kick from Akhmedov.
I'm grateful for my loss. I'm grateful for these dark places that I went to, but I'm ready to win this semifinals. This is the biggest chapter of my life. Camp's been tough, man. PFL season is a long season. There's really no break. You win a fight and you have another opponent lined up 2-3 months later.
Big slam there by Silveira. A squeeze from Josh Silveira. Silveira elicits the tap.
I'm ready to win this whole thing.
Oh, he was up there.
I'm ready to attack.
Hamlet turn.
It's my time, it's my moment.
Hamlet scrambling to survive.
I came to win.
a big knee, and that'll do it. Josh Silveira with 6 points and a finish in his PFL debut.
This is where I continue right where I left off last year, and I'm going to get it done.
Josh Silveira on the back. Sam K.
Nice. Hook hooks in.
There's the tap. 6 quick points for Josh Silveira with the first round submission. Of course, in San Antonio tonight, it's all about this. The PFL playoff fight coming up on our main card. First one, of course, 9. Jenkins, he's hoping the third time is the charm, but not leaving it up to chance. He has put in the work.
Remember, guys, a lot of people ain't out here in the sun right now doing this run. They're not out here because they don't want it enough. All this adverse conditions just builds character, makes us stronger. Because when it's fight night, those lights are real bright. You don't want them bright lights to be too hot for you. So that's what we out here for. The heat is on.
Coach Dewey has one of the best systems in the game.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex.
You know, a lot of times he talks about, beating the elements versus beating a man.
Got the neck. Got him tight.
If you can beat the mountain who's been here for thousands of years, then you can beat any one man.
He's got it. Joe Sugden is out. Wow. Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
With fighting, man, it's a sacred dance of balance, aggression, and softness. You have to mix it all together.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Oftentimes you think you're going in as one and you come out the other. And you have to be able to bounce back and analyze that correctly.
PFL featherweight #1 seed. You know what that means? This year we must succeed. Championship or bust.
The first time we didn't make it, the second time we got closer, you can't talk your way into a title. You have to go through multiple people to prove you're king.
Bubba Jenkins, look, undeniable to say that he's gotten better and better every time. I know that's cliche in the sport of mixed martial arts, but with Bubba, it's actually true. Dewey Cooper's had a huge impact on his career, but with that improvement, Kenny, Is it enough to win him a championship in 2023?
I think it can. You know, no one becomes a NCAA Division I national champion in wrestling without having talent, without having skill. I think that could never be questioned in Bubba Jenkins. He didn't have the experience. Perhaps in the first season, he didn't have the work ethic. I think he's put that to rest now. You talk about his experience, his work ethic. That first season left a very bad taste in his mouth, and I think he's put all the skills and has all the experience now to become a world champion of the PFL.
Well, standing across the smart cage from him later tonight, Jesus Pinedo, a guy that a lot of people didn't think would be here in this position. You know who believed he would, though? Jesus Pinedo.
Absolutely did, and does to this day. Came in relatively unknown. Had a tough outing in his first regular season fight against Gabriel Braga. Lost, actually, a very close split decision. Here he has his second regular season fight against last year's returning champ, Brendan Loughnane, and lands that knee right up the middle. Big surprise. Everybody in the arena was shocked, except for Jesus Pinedo. And man, he is incredible and on a mission. He believes he's got what it takes.
He was a huge underdog against Loughnane. He's a huge underdog again against Bubba Jenkins. Didn't bother him the first time. All right, let's talk about the light heavyweight bracket because our co-main event will take place at 205 pounds. Josh Silveira, in his second PFL season, earned himself the #1 seed, and Ty Flores has just battled his way. 2 tough fights to get to that #4 spot. Here they are at the face-off yesterday. And actually for Josh Silveira, he's been in this exact situation, in a semifinal before. But this year, it's different.
So here we are, going into the playoffs, right back where I was last year.
Right hand there from Akhmedov. Oh, high kick from Akhmedov.
I'm grateful for my loss. I'm grateful for these dark places that I went to, but I'm ready to win this semifinals. This is the biggest chapter of my life. Camp's been tough, man. PFL season is a long season. There's really no break. You win a fight and you have another opponent lined up 2-3 months later.
Big slam there by Silveira. A squeeze from Josh Silveira. Silveira elicits the tap.
I'm ready to win this whole thing.
Oh, he was upstairs.
I'm ready to attack.
Hamlet turn.
It's my time. It's my moment.
Hamlet scrambling to survive.
I came to win.
A big knee, and that'll do it. Josh Silveira with 6 points and a finish in his PFL debut.
This is where I continue right where I left off last year, and I'm going to get it done.
Josh Silveira on the back. Sam K.
Nice. Hook hooks in.
There's the tap. 6 quick points for Josh Silveira with the first round submission.
Randy, we've seen this story before. We've seen this story in your own family before. You're the son of a legend, trying to make your own way in the sport, and you're this close to a huge opportunity for Josh Silveira. What kind of pressure does that represent tonight?
Man, it looks to me like he's not feeling any pressure. He's put everything in a proper place. He's got the proper frame around this whole scenario and situation, coming from fighting a teammate in last year's semifinal to having an amazing year with 2 first-round finishes this year here with the rear naked choke against Sam K. This kid is on track to win it this year. He's got it, his legs under him. He's grown up in this environment. He's got all the skills he needs, and right now I think he has the mentality and the confidence to get it done.
Well, a lot of people feel like this is Josh Silveira's season to win. One guy who doesn't believe that will be standing across from him in the smart cage tonight. Ty Flores, similar to in our main event, a guy with playoff experience, this one Josh Silveira, against the PFL rookie. The rookie is Ty Flores, but he's far from being a rookie in the sport. Very experienced, incredibly tough.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's used to being in that underdog role. And when you talk about his size and his style, that could be a recipe for disaster for anyone just because of his ability to get you pinned up against the fence. He hits takedowns from there. He has excellent control. He gets you to carry his weight. It's an exhausting style to deal with. And, you know, it comes from one of the best teams in the world in team elevation and is on a 4-fight win streak right now. So he's not going to come in here intimidated at all by the Silveira name.
A stellar co-main event in everyone's favorite weight class, the light heavyweight division. Let's take a look at the other featherweight semifinal. Gabriel Braga burst onto the PFL scene, started the year on the Challenger Series, couple of wins in the regular season. He's the #2 seed, and Chris Wade, back against the wall, almost wasn't in these playoffs, but for him, this is the culmination of destiny.
I'm a veteran of the sport. I'm here to fight. I've been here 5 times. I've been knocking at the door. I've been in the finals. I've probably the first year should have taken the whole thing down. I just feel like I've been putting the work in, and it's my time, man. It's fate.
A furious pace here early as Wade is trying to get this through the mat.
Oh, front headlock there from Chris Wade. Let's see if he can get a front choke. He got the high elbow guillotine. The neck. High elbow guillotine. He's got it very Chris tight. Wade squeezing it. Kudos out. 6 points for Chris Wade. He keeps the playoff hopes alive.
All of my trials that I've been through in my whole career have led me to this point.
That's it. It is all over. First round finish by Chris Wade.
It's worth noting in this fight, Chris Wade has as many fights in the PFL as Gabriel Braga has in his entire career. Now, Braga is unbeaten and a rising prospect, very, very formidable. But this is a mismatch of experience. How does Braga overcome that?
Well, Braga's got an amazing striking pedigree. Comes from Muay Thai and transitioned to MMA. This Brazilian is a very well-rounded fighter. He's not afraid to get in the pocket, let his hands go. Here he is against Jesus Pinedo in his first regular season fight with a split decision victory in a very tough fight. Here he is against Marlon Moraes, landing the big shot, sending Marlon Moraes into retirement after this fight. Marlon, a very skilled opponent. This guy has everything he needs, and he believes in his heart he's got what it takes to get it done.
Such a confident young man. He says he knows people aren't aware of him on the worldwide stage yet, but it's only a matter of time. Now let's transition over to Chris Wade. Chris Wade is hoping that his 5th run at a PFL championship will actually prove successful, that he'll take down the $1 million prize this year. Kenny, this is a man who performs under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that in his last fight where he needed a first-round finish, and that's exactly what we got. He has that Shazam-style submission, that guillotine choke. He can hit it from anywhere. He has tremendous wrestling. A Division I wrestler, has potent kicks from the outside, excellent long-range weapons as well. And he's a guy who really can do it all. He's extremely focused, but for Chris Wade, he has to defeat that doubt in his mind first before he can go out there and beat someone like Braga.
An incredibly intriguing bout that fills out our featherweight playoff bracket. Now let's look at our light heavyweight bracket. At 205 pounds, it looks like this. Josh Rivera is the 1 seed. He'll take on Ty Flores in a co-main event. Martin Hamlet is the 2. Impa Kasanganay is the 3. Hamlet has fought for a championship before. Came up short there. Impa Kasanganay, he earned his place in the PFL through our Challenger Series earlier this year. Very fascinating matchups at 205. Speaking of people who've won 205-pound world championships, Randy, let's talk about Martin Hamlet.
Yeah.
Is this the year for him?
And he certainly dials it in each time he steps out there. Here's a guy that's 7-time national champion in Norway for Greco-Roman wrestling, was an Olympic hopeful there. An injury took him out. He transitioned to MMA. Each and every time we see him, he's a little more refined. He knows a little bit more where to implement that wrestling mindset and that big physicality that this guy brings. We've seen him execute some submissions. Here he is against Sam Kay, wearing him out. This guy is very, very good, and I think on track to be in the finals.
Well, he's got a tough matchup tonight. He'll be the bigger man, but will he be the faster man against Impa Kasanganay, who, as I already said, he's had 1 extra fight this year because he had to earn his place in the season.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think Impa Kasanganay is going to have that speed advantage. Won't have the size, so he's going to have to use his speed and his footwork in this one. Also needs to be able to stop that takedown against someone like Martin Hamlet, but I've been extremely impressed with Impa Kasanganay, not only of his skills inside the cage, but his overall mindset always stays positive, and man, what a year he's had here in the PFL.
Playoff fights coming up in just a few short minutes. For now, we send it to Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's colors are presented by the Air Force Reserve. And here to sing the national anthem, please welcome Technical Sergeant Gina Lavender.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the
Beautiful rendition of the national anthem here in San Antonio, Texas. Obviously, San Antonio, home to a lot of active military members, a bunch of our veterans, a great city, a great American city, a great Texas city, and tonight, host of some really, really interesting playoff matchups. We'll get to those, but actually we're going to open our main card with a showcase opportunity in the men's lightweight division. Elvin Espinoza and Keone Diggs. Elvin Espinoza is still undefeated. Keone Diggs, he's a very experienced, tough out for anybody in the sport making his PFL debut. There's Elvin Espinoza, final touches on the warm-up and the game plan. Kenny Floyd, what do you think of Elvin Espinoza as an undefeated prospect?
Well, I think he's established himself as a very dangerous grappler. When he gets on top, he makes you pay, whether it's with strikes or with submissions. Very good at finishing from that back position. He's been working extremely hard on his striking. He's been training over at Kill Cliff in South Florida to round out his game, training with some of the best in the world. He seems really dialed in, very focused, but make no mistake, this is his toughest challenge of his career.
Well, let's talk about how tough that challenge is, because Keone Diggs, he's got Bellator experience, he's got high-level experience, and he hits like a truck.
Yeah, if you stand around in front of this guy, he will knock your head off. He is very, very explosive, very formidable. You got to use that footwork, be rangy, and stay out of that pocket, because he will hit you.
A big stage for both of these individuals. Again, this is not a playoff bout, right? We'll get to those in the featherweight division and the light heavyweight division, but we're going to open with a showcase bout at lightweight. Really excited about this one. Let's get it going in San Antonio. The PFL playoffs begin tonight. 4 semifinal fights. Winners move on to a championship opportunity. Losers will have to wait until 2024. Some impressive showcase performances, but it's all about the playoffs and the quest for $1 million. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started in Texas.
These duels are fight for survival in the PFL playoffs. It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat.
What's up, San Antonio? Goldberg here. Are you ready for the PFL playoffs and a shot at $1 million? Well, let's get the party started with the warm Texas welcome for the PFL on ESPN.
Tonight, these dudes are fighting for survival in the PFL playoffs.
The time is now.
It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat. Look out, here comes the Batman, Bubba Jenkins.
Jenkins with a suplex. Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
We ain't playing here.
6 points for Josh Silvera. Oh my God, Gabriel Braga.
And Chris Wade is coming too.
Chris Wade squeezing and kudos out.
It's winner go home madness as these bros try to get a step closer to that $1 million payday.
Unbelievable. Wow.
This one is gonna get nasty.
Oh my goodness, Pineda pounds it out.
The PFL playoffs, right now.
Welcome, fight fans, to beautiful San Antonio, Texas. Home of the iconic and historic Alamo, some excellent Texas barbecue, and tonight, PFL playoff action. The Boeing Center at Techport already seen some incredible action, showcase affairs, but it's all about the playoffs. Featherweights and light heavyweights have taken center stage tonight. Bubba Jenkins, Jesus Pinedo in our main event, Josh Silvera, Ty Flores in the co-main. At stake tonight, a trip to a $1 million championship. And here is our featherweight playoff bracket. Bubba Jenkins, 2-0 so far this season. He's got the 1 seed. Jesus Pinedo came back from the brink, pulled off the upset over last year's champion Brendan Loughnane, earned himself a spot in these playoffs. He's an underdog here again tonight. Gabriel Braga with the 2 seed. Chris Wade stepped in for an injured Moklid Haibulaya, but Wade coming off a first-round finish in his own right to put himself in that alternate position. Here's how the light heavyweight picture looks. Josh Silvera is the 1 seed. He'll take on Ty Flores in that co-main event. Martin Hamlet, the one-time title contender, looking to earn his way back there. He'll square off against Impa Kasanganay, who began this year not on the PFL roster. He had to earn his spot via a Challenger Series victory. Now he's a fight away from a $1 million chase. 4 semifinals coming up, but we'll start the action here on ESPN with a lightweight showcase affair brought to you by Redcon One. Elvin Espinoza and Keone Diggs.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Keone Diggs.
Keone Diggs, hard-hitting Hawaiian Bellator veteran, calls Waipahu home. He comes into this PFL debut with a high level of experience and also no shortage of confidence.
I've
been doing this for a while. I've been in this sport for a while. I don't really have too many holes in my game at all. Just to be honest, if I had to make a true assessment of my skills, I like the matchup pretty much with any of these lightweights, honestly. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that I can beat any one of these guys on any given day.
And in the red corner, Elvin Espinoza.
Elvin Espinoza, undefeated. They call him the Prodigy, something for very good reason. That's a big nickname to live up to in this sport. And so far, Elvin Espinoza, he's been patiently climbing the PFL ladder, fighting on bigger and bigger stages, but he is not finished yet.
Being part of the main card in a playoff event is it's a great experience for me. It's getting me ready for next year when I do get to face these guys, and I'm already gonna have the experience of being in a main card in the PFL.
Let's take a look at our tail of the tape brought to you by Redcon One. Elvin Espinoza is 30 years of age. Keone Diggs is 6 years his elder. Both men are 5 feet 9 inches tall. Keone Diggs did miss weight for his PFL debut. Elvin Espinoza will get 20% of his purse. Espinoza with the reach advantage on both arms and legs as well.
All right, keys to victory here for Elvin Espinoza. He's got to be sharp with his clinch fighting. He also has to pace himself well in this one against the experienced Diggs. And also, it is all about his groundwork if he can take this fight to the ground. And for Diggs, his takedown defense is going to have to be on point, as is his counter striking. I think that's where he's most dangerous as a fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Antonio and welcome to the PFL playoffs. And as Bill Goldberg said, it's time to get this party started with a showcase bout in the lightweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a boxing specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 156.5 pounds and holds a record of 10 victories and 2 defeats. Fighting out of Waipahu, Hawaii, Keone Diggs. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a freestyle specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.5 pounds, and he holds a perfect professional record of 8 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, and representing Nicaragua, he is the 2023 PFL Challenger Series winner, the Prodigy, Elvin Espinoza. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley to oversee the action inside of our smart cage. Elvin Espinoza in the red. Keone Diggs in the gray. Sean O'Connell. Kenny Florian Rainiger toward cage side. We've got Dan Hardy and Paige Van Zandt in the building as well. Immediately, Espinoza comes into this clinch. In the fighter meetings, Diggs told us he totally expected this. Felt he had what it takes to defend the takedown and stay on his feet. We'll see if he can get back up from here.
Espinoza trying to rip him off the cage right now. Diggs doing a good job of getting right back to his feet, though.
Espinoza patient, tried the inside trip, then tried the little body lock. Diggs not willing to concede, pops right back up. Good hand control by Diggs. He's got that whizzer now. Dug in for the underhook. Espinoza still in deep on those legs. He's trying to get a lock here to see if he can pull those legs and hips out from underneath Diggs.
He might be expending a lot of energy here. He's got to pace himself. He's got to be efficient here. Diggs has a lot of experience.
Left underhook here for Diggs, making it difficult for Elvin Espinoza to grip on. Now he's controlling the bicep.
Espinoza now with a nice takedown. Got his hips underneath his hips.
Beautiful little
finish.
body lock. Absolutely nice. Patient, stayed in position, got that lock, captured the far hip, and turned him towards it.
Now right into the half guard, and he goes to work with the right hand.
Seatbelt. He's got that seatbelt on the far side. He's going to get a hook in.
Espinoza's so close to getting in one of those hooks. That's where he does his best work, when he takes her back. You got to be really careful.
Great work by Diggs to get back to his feet. Try and earn a separation here. Gonna have to turn and face with Espinoza on his back. Dan Hardy here to help us analyze this fight. Espinoza fighting hard for this takedown, Dan.
Working really hard for it, but of course we've got to remember that Diggs came in slightly overweight, so we've got to wonder what this is going to feel like in his arms. He might be burning and feeling very heavy right now, so this might be a very smart investment from Espinoza to maybe drop his arms and land some big shots in the later rounds, but investing heavy in the wrestling. But now it's wow, wow.
Diggs looks like he reversed position there momentarily because he got the underhooks and he turned Espinoza against the cage.
Gets the frequent flyer miles.
Oh, right in the mouth.
Likes to say.
Espinoza in full mount. It's almost like Espinoza to let him walk around his hips. He had that overhook. When he got him loaded on the hips, he used that leg to elevate him and bring him all the way over the top. Now he's in full mount.
He's trying to get that cross wrist there now. Raining down blows.
This is a miserable position right here. Oh my gosh.
Tough places for Keone Diggs to get out of.
It's still well over a minute here.
Plenty of time to work. Elvin Espinoza breaking down the posture of Keone Diggs. Diggs has recovered half guard here.
Espinoza doing a great job of floating over the top of Diggs, letting him turn. Now he lost the mount position, but he stayed in position at the end of the day.
Climbing to the back of the Hawaiian once again. Softening up the guard with that left hand.
Keone doing a good job of surviving, now back in half guard, showing his experience. Espinoza, though, has been all over him here in round one.
Unanswered right hands coming from the top here for Elvin Espinoza. Came into this fight as the favorite. You can see the live odds have swung even further in his favor. As we look through ref cam,
one hook in by Espinoza, looking for that second hook.
10 seconds remain here in the first as he tries to secure a choke, but Keone Diggs will not capitulate and actually turns himself into the top position.
Stop. Easy up.
Round two when we return on ESPN. Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action. There's Elvin Espinoza's wife and sister-in-law. Espinoza in the red, Keone Diggs in the gray. This is the beginning of round 2 of a possible 3.
Nice straight punches by Espinoza.
Diggs may have caught him with the right hand as well. Backed Espinoza up.
Keone Diggs was able to survive an onslaught in round number 1. Elvin Espinoza.
Oh, again, that right hook is what's catching him.
Excellent check hook for Keone Diggs, and he brought the left hand behind him the second time.
Yeah, he's coming up and over that left jab of Espinoza. Espinoza now going with some kicks.
Southpaw stance for Diggs and Espinoza. The body attacks readily available for both fighters. This time Diggs catches a kick. Back into the clinch, Espinoza forces his way.
Double underhooks by Diggs. Diggs looking for the takedown here. Trying an ankle pick.
Get your underhook.
Yeah, Diggs possesses some good takedowns up against the cage. Good top position as well.
Diggs with double underhooks, trying to capture Espinoza's hips. Look for Diggs to try an inside trip here if he can get Espinoza's hips off that cage.
Diggs backs himself out. Kenny, for my money, a wise decision because looked like something froze Diggs for a second there.
Looked like a right hand. There's the level change by Espinoza. Diggs has got the left underhook that's going to make it difficult. Espinoza goes lower, trying to pull that ankle out. Now in a high single, head inside high single.
This has been a battle here. Espinoza looking for that single. Diggs getting that underhook now.
We've seen Elvin Espinoza here before. He is not afraid of grinding it out. Decides to separate, tries to come in behind a flying knee. The left hand came through there for Keone Diggs. Pace is slowed a little bit here after that grueling exchange against the cage. Espinoza landing.
Espinoza has been very aggressive in this fight.
He's reaching, that's your 3. Reaching with that lead hand. If you slow, there we go.
Paige Van Zandt is over near the corner of Elvin Espinoza. Paige, what are you hearing?
Yeah, you know, I'm in the corner of Espinoza. It's really standing out with the coach's pedigree. They are cool, calm, collected. They're giving Espinoza options for the offense. They're preparing him for the defense. And Espinoza seems to hear absolutely everything that his coaches are saying, and it seems to be working really well in his favor.
90 seconds left here in the second round. Elvin Espinoza training at Kill Cliff, one of the iconic South Florida MMA gyms. There's a live look.
Nice trip. A little outside trip by Espinoza from the full body lock, trying to climb into mount.
Yeah, he's gonna get this too.
Minute and 11 left.
Espinoza doing a great job with his head position now.
High
moving
mount.
into mount. Diggs has to be very careful to not give up his back here.
Nice change to the hips by Diggs and getting a half guard now, getting out of the full mount.
Up on your left hip. Let's work out that backside. Don't let him flatten you, Keone. Turn a little bit, give it a little bit. 44 seconds,
Espinoza staying heavy on top. Keone Diggs showing his experience, stifling a lot of these attacks from the top, not letting the strikes really get through. Back to his feet goes the Hawaiian.
Yeah, Diggs doing a good job keeping the cage behind him so far. Now he's turning, offering up some space to Espinoza potentially.
No, don't let him. Wide hips, heavy hips.
Espinoza walking his hips around front, trying to capture Diggs' hips and put him back on the deck.
Final 10 seconds. And this fight will head into round number 3 as we open the card on ESPN.
Being part of the main card and a playoff event is it's a great experience for me. It's getting me ready for next year when I do get to face these guys, and I'm already gonna have the experience of being in a main card in the PFL.
I've been doing this for a while. I've been in this sport for a while. I don't really have too many holes in my game at all, just to be honest. If I had to make a true assessment of my skills, I like the matchup pretty much with any of these lightweights, honestly. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that I can beat any one of these guys on any given day.
Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action. Here's some replays from round 2.
Yeah, we had some nice exchanges. There's a beautiful, nice 1-2 there from Espinoza. It was Diggs looking for that right hook again.
Great job, man. Last round. Here we go.
Elvin Espinoza, undefeated so far in his pro mixed martial arts career. He's in the red. Keone Diggs is in the gray as the third round starts. Body kick there from Diggs. Landed a left hand behind it.
Diggs representing a great camp out of Arizona, MMA Lab. John Crouch, one of the best coaches in the game. Trying to urge on his fighter in between rounds. And this really has been the battle. It's been Diggs trying to stop the takedown attempts from Espinoza. Espinoza has really improved his takedown game, in my opinion, since the last time we saw him.
Double underhooks by Keone, by Diggs. Trades places with Espinoza. Takedown attempt by Diggs here.
Diggs potentially could work to the back of Espinoza. Got to watch out for that toss that got him in the first round.
Espinoza trying to do it from the Kimura there. Got to step across and use that hips and legs to throw Diggs to the mat again. Diggs not having it. Espinoza pummels in, got the body lock, trades place with Diggs. Back and forth we go.
Espinoza looking for that trip there.
Terry Hadley stepping in to encourage a little bit of action here. Potentially signaling a separation if Elvin Espinoza can't complete this takedown.
Espinoza in on the high single and gives it up. Diggs with inside position now.
Diggs able to get off the cage momentarily. Left hand snuck through the guard of Espinoza, and another. Espinoza stands right in the pocket, unafraid to engage with the hard-hitting Diggs.
And Espinoza has to respect the boxing skills of Diggs here.
Nice rip to the body by Diggs.
Oh.
Look inside the blue corner of Keone Diggs.
Circle, circle, circle. Move your feet. Circle, circle. Let's get off that fence. You got 2 minutes, Keone. You got 2 minutes to work.
Diggs just let himself get back too close to that fence, and that signals for Espinoza the opportunity to get himself right back into this position. And of course, the onus right now is on Diggs, with Espinoza likely banking the first 2 rounds.
Diggs with double underhooks now. Still on the fence, but he's got double underhooks inside position. Espinoza repummeling.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the conditioning and that forward pressure from Espinoza.
Double underhooks again. Diggs trades places. There's the takedown. Espinosa not conceding a thing.
Espinosa, we saw him hit that Harai Goshi in round 1. He's going to look for it again. He's trying to control past the elbow and then trip. Now goes to the underhook there.
Turn hard, Johnny. You got 1 minute. 1 minute, Johnny. Let's go. You got to get out of there.
Elvin Espinosa content to grind this down.
Beautiful.
Elevation there.
Beautiful body lock by Espinosa. Pulls Diggs' hips off, uses his hips to put him in the air and drop him right on his back.
There's Impa Kasanganay. Moments away from
Espinosa's high.
Yeah.
Espinosa's very high. Diggs is coming out the back.
He's saving it a little bit by holding that leg, but Diggs just kind of shaking him off.
Trying to shake him down. He can grab his head and pull him under. Diggs can grab Espinosa's head and pull him under.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Espinosa right back to his feet. Final few seconds as Elvin Espinosa turns into an absolute grinder of a performance. Barring any major surprises, Elvin Espinosa improving to 9-0 as a pro. Only the second time he's seen judges' scorecards in his career. As we look at our Cagenomics stats bundle, brought to you by Geico, the 5 takedowns for Espinosa and the ground and pound. Official decision next.
Oh, big hook lands for Impa. Wow. Face plants Osama El Saidi. TKO in the first round for Chilobo.
Impa Kasanganay.
Impa Kasanganay,
light heavyweight contract winner.
This is my home here with my Mongolian yurt. It's the most peaceful place I probably slept in my life. It's a place where I really find my peace and I can recharge, even better than decompress. I can just like shed the day. It makes me really feel connected with the earth and feel connected to my life. And no matter how the day goes, training can go crazy. I could have a fight drop or something, but when I come back here, I know everything's all right. And I just worship, pray, just center my spirit and be ready to attack the next day.
Ready? Fight's on. Oh, great right hand there. That rocked Hendrick.
Nice searching hook there for Kasanganay.
Impa's hooks are landing hard.
I don't care who it is. I'm down to fight, go finish the fight, claim the victory, move forward. When the semifinals and the finals come, I'll be ready.
Kasanganay understands the assignment here to take Karen out of this round.
Nice right hand from the top there for Impa Kasanganay.
Now here's an off triangle. He could finish this.
There's a tap. A quick tag, a second round finish for Impa Kasanganay and 5 points. Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color.
scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Here's our verdict MMA scorecard. The fans say Elvin Espinoza got rounds 1, 2, and 3. PFL's proprietary AI score based not just on techniques and numbers, but on the effect that those techniques have on your opponent. Gave round 1 to Elvin Espinoza, round 2 to Elvin Espinoza, and round 3 to Keone Diggs. Randy and Kenny are experts. Who do they think won the fight? It's Elvin Espinoza on their scorecards as well, but the official Texas judges have final say. Their decision is with Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 29-28. For your winner, via unanimous decision, Elvin Espinoza!
Happy wife, happy life for Elvin Espinoza, who improves to 9-0 as a professional mixed martial artist. If you want a chance to see the biggest signing in PFL history, that man, Francis Ngannou, take on the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury, live, in person, boxing super fight. You gotta follow the official PFL Instagram. It's at PFL MMA. Put yourself in the running for a chance at an all expenses paid trip to see the action. Martin Hamlet. They call him the dark horse, but some people think he's a favorite to win the light heavyweight title this year. Standing in front of him tonight is Impaka Sanganai. Undersized for a light heavyweight, but lightning fast. Semi-final, next.
Garden is the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic ring in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand right on the button.
Yeah, so 5 fights in pretty much a year's time. It's what I love to do. I tell people, honestly, if I could fight every weekend or every month, I'd love to. It feels good to get back to being the active fighter that I want to be and choose to be. And it's, you know, it's even better that we've been claiming these victories. It just shows that the work we put in and the money, like the time we've invested into, you know, training, it's paying off. And that's a good feeling. You know you're prepared, you know you're ready, so it keeps you calm.
world's most famous arena plays host to 2 PFL playoff events, Friday, August 18th, and then Wednesday, August 23rd, live in the theater at Madison Square Garden. Win in advance or lose and go home. Find out who moves on to the 2023 PFL World Championship on a mission to claim a division title and the $1 million prize that goes with it. For ticket information, go to www.pflmma.com. It's time for the playoffs, baby. Here's our light heavyweight bracket. Josh Silveira, the 1 seed, Ty Flores, the 4. They'll square off in our co-main event coming up later. Our first playoff bout of the 2023 season will be a semifinal at 205 between Martin Hamlet and Impa Kasungana. This bout brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. 3 5-minute rounds at 205 pounds. The winner moves on to a championship. The loser waits until next year.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Impa Kasunganai.
Impa Kasunganai making his first PFL playoff appearance. He won his place on the PFL roster via Challenger Series earlier this year. Lives and trains down in Deerfield Beach, Florida. This guy has had one more fight already in 2023 than the grueling test of a PFL regular season. It's a daunting test of durability, focus, endurance. 4 fights in 8 months if everything goes well. And Impa Kasunganai, he started this year early because of his Challenger Series bout. So he's aiming for 5 fights in 1 year. But he wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, so 5 fights in pretty much a year's time. It's what I love to do. I tell people, honestly, if I could fight every weekend or every month, I'd love to. It feels good to get back to being the active fighter that I want to be and choose to be. And it's, you know, it's even better that we've been claiming these victories. It just shows that the work we put in, the money, like the time we've invested into, you know, training, it's paying off. And that's a good feeling. You know you're prepared, you know you're ready, so it keeps you calm.
And in the red corner, Martin Hamlet.
There is the dark horse, Martin Hamlet. Light heavyweight runner-up in the 2021 PFL season. Fights out of Tønsberg, Norway, a city founded by Vikings, one of the oldest continuous settlements in Scandinavia. High-level Greco-Roman competitor for his home country before making the transition to mixed martial arts. And 12 months ago, Martin Hamlet was on the verge of elimination from this PFL roster. In fact, about a year ago, he had to win a showcase bout to guarantee himself a place in 2023.
It's crazy to look 1 year back that I have to fight for my place in this season. Like, it was everything on the line for that one fight against a very tough opponent for me. And it was a rematch also. And I think that played a huge role to build this season, to build this confidence. And we're finally here back in the playoffs, and we are just calm about it.
There's a live shot from Tønsberg, Norway. It's 3:30 a.m. right now in Martin Hamlet's hometown.
Vikings don't sleep, John.
Our tape is brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Martin Hamlet, 31 years of age. Impa Kasunganai is 29. Hamlet is 1 inch taller, weighed in 2 pounds heavier. Impa Kasunganai came in a little bit light for that light heavyweight limit of 205 pounds. Reach advantage belongs to Martin Hamlet on both arms and legs.
All right, keys to victory for Martin Hamlet. Needs to use those long-range strikes in his wrestling up against the cage. And for Kasanganay, needs to utilize his speed, his footwork, and his takedown defense.
Andy Shepard, take it away.
San Antonio, it is time for the playoffs. This is a win or go home contest in the PFL light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in officially at 203 3/4 pounds and holds a professional MMA record of 13 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, he is the number 3 seed, Chilobo Impa Kasanganay.
Impa Kasanganay's parents, Dolly and David, watching their son.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 206 pounds and has built a record of 12 victories and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Tønsberg, Norway, he is the number 2 seed, the Dark Horse, Martin Hamlet.
Here's another look at Tønsberg, the Martin Hamlet watch
Your
party.
referee in charge, Jeff Rexroad.
Jeff Rexroad to oversee 3 5-minute rounds of light heavyweight action. Winner advances to the 2023 light heavyweight championship. Martin Hamlet in the gold, Impa Kasanganay in the gray. No touch of the gloves, Kasanganay bouncing around, trying to use the speed advantage.
Yeah, a lot of lateral movement, good footwork. Kind of showing a blitz there, trying to surprise Martin Hamlet, who tries to look for that takedown, and he gets it.
Good second effort by Hamlet. Looked like he was going to miss the position. Corrected himself, got back in there, and ran Kasanganay over.
Impa back to his feet. Now Hamlet will try and extricate him from this cage. And drop Chilobo to the mat.
Yeah, Impa did a great job of bouncing right back to his feet. Now trying to fight wrists, trying to get wrist control, trying to pry that strong grip of Martin Hamlet.
And this was one of the questions that needed to be answered in this fight. Can Impa Kasanganay stay on his feet? Can he handle the size and strength of Martin Hamlet? Ty Flores, one half of the light heavyweight main event, is watching on from the back.
You know, one thing he does have going for him, though, guys, and Randy can talk to this a lot better than I could, but, you know, having that lower center of gravity can be an advantage in a lot of ways, especially from the clinch.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to keep those hips away, keep those hips safe. He managed to capture Impa's hips, get him to the ground, almost get the full mount. But Impa's not conceding a single thing. He's going to scramble every single time back to his feet. And that's making Hamlet spend gas.
Yeah.
He's spent a lot of energy in this clinch for the last over 2 minutes.
And we've seen that before from Martin Hamlet. Sometimes he will panic. Sometimes he puts a little bit too much energy early in fights. You see him tire out. He's going to have to be very smart with his energy expenditure here in this fight.
Perhaps a confidence builder for Impa Kasanganay that he was able to survive that early exchange.
Ooh, nice uppercut there from Hamlet. Not sure if it landed clean, though.
Caught Impa coming in through the little shovel hook.
Nasty low kick from Martin Hamlet, who has improved his striking. Leaps and bounds ahead of where it was when he first joined the PFL.
Ices Martin Hamlet! Kasanganay has done it! What a shot!
Impa Kasanganay from the Challenger Series to a championship bout.
Kasanganay, a devout Christian, kept talking about the David versus Goliath matchup. And man, did he take out Goliath. combination had Hamlet pinned up against the cage. Wow.
There's your Cagenomics stats bundle. The takedown from Martin Hamlet early, not enough to keep Impaka Sunganai down. It took 7 total strikes, but those last couple were devastating from Impa. We'll take a look at some replays and send Dan Hardy in to speak with the winner when we come back to PFL Playoffs on ESPN. Welcome back to San Antonio, Texas for Professional Fighters League playoffs. Bubba Badman Jenkins arriving for the night in the Bose noise-canceling headphones. He's one half of our main event, still to come. If you missed this knockout, don't blink. The gorgeous right hand and then the follow-up hook.
I mean, that's about as clean as it gets. Attacked the body, got the hands of Hamlet to drop, and then he took off the head. I know Hamlet complaining there, but my goodness, what a shot. And that was the devastating one. That right hand just landed clean on the jaw. So did the left hook. He's out at that point. He is completely out. When he hit the ground is when he kind of woke up. Still on all fours. And again, when you get knocked out, you know, time doesn't really quite make sense. You know, you could be out for a couple seconds and not really realize it. But man, did he chop down the massive Martin Hamlet.
PFL's proprietary AI score, a score from 0 to 100 round by round. The only way to score a perfect 100 is to get a finish inside the round. Impaka Sunganai did so with style, and Andy Shepard will make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jeff Rexroad called a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 24 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via knockout and advancing to the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship, Impaka Sunganai.
What a story. Impaka Sunganai starts his year in the Challenger Series and has now punched his ticket to the championship bout. Our co-main event will decide who he faces later tonight. Ty Flores was watching backstage. A little shock on his face. And Josh Silveira. Not quite as animated with his reaction. Plenty of business for him to attend to later tonight. Dan Hardy is with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Impa Kasangane for our Celsius post-fight interview. My friend, you have just been so impressive this year. I mean, your work rate, your attitude all the way through, your confidence. Tell me about what's going on for you right now. Have you found your peak? Have you just found your rhythm?
Man, there's no peak. The most important thing is I surrendered my life to Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and I'm focused on being obedient. On top of that, you know, I have great coaches. You see Coach Lance, Dieter, and Coach Jones. I got a whole team back home that's made me who I am. Beating me up in training, challenging me every single day, pushing me forward. You know, you got Delano here in the crowd, my dog. You know, he makes fight week so much fun, and we laugh. I've never laughed so much. But, you know, I got a great family, too. My mom and dad are here. I got friends and family here. And, you know, anybody out there, you feel like you want to end your life, you don't know what's going on, man, like, I'll admit it here. A year ago, I was sleeping in my car. And, like, my coaches and people, you know, Henry Hoof, he opened the gym to me and got me with my teammate Marquez. You know, similar to the night we both fought on the same card. And I was praying and begging for a fight. I didn't know where I was going to be. But I said, I'm not going back home to North Carolina because I got to train. So I was in the gym parking lot, and Coach Henry was like, hey, bro, I got you. And the reason I say it here is not because of what I've done, because of what God's done for me. And, you know, I'm here to become challenger to champion. So I'm not done here. The job's not done. I have one more fight, whoever it may be, to the best man wins between Silveira and Flores. I want the best one. So bring your best, both of you men. God bless you. No bad blood. But you know what we're here to do. So let's get after it.
My friend, that was fantastic. There's $1 million on the table and a championship. Good luck, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Impa Kasanganay.
Impa Kasanganay, the proud son of Congolese immigrants. His father came to the United States with $16 in his pocket. Raised a family, raised that son to be a college graduate and athlete. And now a professional mixed martial artist, one win away from $1 million championship opportunity. Gabriel Braga, born into a fighting family, raised in the gym. His father shared the cage with him. They fought as pros on the same night when his dad retired. He's 25 years old, and he's looking to dethrone a guy who's been to these playoffs 5 times. Chris Wade versus Gabriel Braga when we return.
Veteran of the sport. I'm here to fight. Been here 5 times. I've been knocking at the door. I've been in the finals. I've probably the first year should have taken the whole thing down. I just feel like I've been putting the work in, and it's my time, man. It's fate.
A furious pace here early as Wade is trying to get this to the mat.
Oh, front headlock there from Chris Wade. Let's see if he can get a front choke. He got the high elbow guillotine.
He's got the neck! High elbow guillotine!
Got it very
Chris
tight.
Wade squeezing it, and kudos out! 6 points for Chris Wade! He keeps the playoff hopes alive!
All of my trials that I've been through in my whole career have led me to this point.
That's it. It is all over. First round finish by Chris Wade.
Welcome back, fight fans, to San Antonio, Texas for Professional Fighters League playoff action. Impaka Sanganai has just booked his ticket to the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship. Up next will be a featherweight semifinal contest. Gabriel Braga versus Chris Wade. Two big-time finishers. One with playoff experience, one on the rise. Already limping on that. Oh, right hand! 6 points for Braga, and a playoff spot for the still undefeated Brazilian. Oh, he's got the neck! High elbow guillotine! He's got it very tight! Wade squeezing and kudos out! 6 points for Chris Wade! He keeps the playoff hopes alive!
Aí eu me sinto pronto, tava pensando na minha última luta desde a primeira.
I have an alter ego in me that when he comes out, I'm a tough beat.
Nice cradle by Chris Wade.
Big right hand.
Left hand from Braga.
Oh, right hand! Oh, nice left hook from Braga.
Garden's the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic ring in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand right on the butt.
We are back for PFL playoff action in San Antonio, Texas. But don't forget, the world's most famous arena plays host to the PFL playoffs as well. Women's featherweights and men's heavyweights fight to win and advance or lose and go home. Find out who moves on to the 2023 PFL World Championship live at the theater at Madison Square Garden and right here on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes, coming up Friday, August 18th. If you want a chance to see the biggest signing in PFL history, Francis Ngannou take on the Gypsy King Tyson Fury live and in person, you got to follow our official Instagram account at PFL MMA to put yourself in the running for a chance at an all-expenses-paid trip to see the action. It's very nice of you to pay all the expenses, Randy Couture. There's Bubba Badman Jenkins. They're ready for more Air Force Reserve prep points. One half of the main event coming up later. Let's take another look at our featherweight bracket. Just to refresh your memory, or if you're tuning in now, Bubba is the 1 seed. He'll take on Jesus Pinedo, who is the 4. Coming up now, Gabriel Braga versus Chris Wade, who steps in as an alternate for the injured Movlid Haibulaya, but Wade coming off a first-round submission victory to get the points necessary to qualify for that 5 spot. Playoff semifinal at 145 pounds, brought to you by Celsius. Gabriel Braga and Chris Wade.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Chris Wade.
Not one time he's been in the playoffs, not twice, not 3 or 4 times either. This is the 5th playoff appearance for Chris Wade in the PFL, and this one comes under the oddest of circumstances. His second regular season bout after losing to the 1 seed, Bubba Jenkins, Chris Wade stepped into the Smart Cage needing a first-round finish, and he got it. But he didn't get it fast enough because Jesus Pinedo got the finish a little bit quicker, which made him the 4 seed. So Chris gets the 5 spot, but he told us, I just knew something was gonna happen. So even though on paper he was eliminated from the season, he went right back to the gym. The very next week, called his coach, said, hey, do you have time for me? His coach said, I guess so. And he got ready for a fight he didn't even know was coming. Movlid Haibulayev gets hurt, and here he comes. Chris Wade is coming off that aforementioned first-round submission victory, but this is not a regular season fight, so he doesn't need the quick finish for 6 points. Still, he does think a fast start is in his best interest.
I'm learning that the best Chris Wade is the one that gets right in your face and makes the fight uncomfortable. It just is. When you see me sitting back and I'm letting the other guy fight his fight, I just don't compete as well. So I'm looking at this like, you know, this is the Belmont Stakes, man. We're breaking out of the box and it's go time. And everything that I do is with intent to finish the fight. There's not gonna be much settling in.
And in the red corner, Gabriel Braga.
Gabriel Braga making the walk. He's 25 years old and undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist. Similar to Impa Kasanganay, who we just saw book his ticket to a championship, Gabriel Braga began his season in our Challenger Series. He had to earn an invitation to the roster. This is his first playoff appearance. And he comes in with supreme confidence. He told us, people might not know me yet, but I guarantee you someday they will. I said it before, Gabriel Braga, he was born into fighting. His father, Diego, was a pro who actually retired from competition after fighting on the same card as his own son. That is a wild father-son activity. But now the focus is all on Gabriel's career.
Cara, meu pai, ele me ajuda desde sempre, entendeu? Meu pai é tudo para mim. Estamos conquistando tudo isso junto. Ele me dá uma base e um fortalecimento que a cada luta que passa eu vou ficando melhor, entendeu? Então, isso é muito graças a ele. Ele vem fortalecendo não só meu físico, como minha mente também.
This tale of tape is brought to you by Celsius. Live fit. Gabriel Braga, 25 years of age. Chris Wade is a full 10 years older. Wade is also the taller fighter at 5'10". Both men weighed in at the featherweight limit of 146 pounds. Reach advantage on the arms, favoring Gabriel Braga. The longer legs belong to Chris Wade.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this one. Keys to victory, Gabriel Braga. It's all about his counter strikes and his calf kick. His takedown defense is gonna have to be on point though against the wrestler Chris Wade. And for Chris Wade, he's gotta lead the dance. He's gotta back Braga up and look for those takedowns.
The following is a semi-final contest in the PFL featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146 pounds and in 32 professional fights has built a record of 23 wins and 9 losses. Fighting out of Islip, New York, he is the number 5 seed, Chris Wade. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 11 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, he is the number 2 seed, Gabriel Braga. Your referee in charge, Kerry Huntley.
Kerry Hatley equipped with the ref cam. He can take us up close and personal inside that smart cage. Gabriel Braga is in the green. Chris Wade is in the gray. Touch of the gloves. Both fighters switching stances immediately. Wade pressuring early. Trying to keep Braga on the back foot. There's the body kick from Wade.
Braga doing a good job of showing that lateral movement. He's switching his stances repeatedly. Can be very confusing when you're facing someone who's able to do that at such a high level like Braga.
Low kick there from Braga. Wade comes in behind the combination. Good movement again by Braga. Keep his back off the cage.
Yeah, nice defense as well. He's keeping his hands up, staying defensively responsible. Chris Wade, though, with some insane pressure to start this fight. Ooh. Big kick to the body there by Braga.
There was some serious heat on that kick.
Yeah. Nice
Strong inside leg kick there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Switch the stance of Braga, who now goes back to orthodox.
Like Chris is punching his way into these clinches and takedown attempts. Braga doing a great job of countering as well.
Body kick from Wade, slaps off the midsection.
Now Braga backing Wade up for the first time.
Really impressive the way that Braga at 5 looks so comfortable out of both stances.
That left hook hurt Chris Wade there.
Wade walked right into that one.
The nose, I think, wearing some damage. You saw Wade pawing at it.
I like the forward pressure from Chris Wade. He's got to feint his way in, though. Gabriel Braga is reading him. He has his timing as well.
There's Bubba Jenkins watching backstage, seeing if he'll get a rivalry trilogy with Chris Wade or face a new challenge in Gabriel Braga. if he can punch his own ticket to a championship.
Yeah, a little blood from the nose of Chris Wade. He ate that one punch right on the button.
Right hand of Braga sneaking through partially as he goes back to the kick. Good jab from Braga as well. The corner of Chris Wade asking for him to keep his chin down and his hands high.
Those are nice knee attacks from Chris Wade.
Those Sabat kicks suck if you catch them right in the right time.
Oh, nasty 1-2 there from Braga.
Braga just seems so calm and composed in there, though.
Oh, tried to hook kick.
It looked like an axe kick was coming from Wade, and Braga kind of stepped into it. Wade going to work on that lead leg for Braga.
Yeah, Braga's got to respect those attacks to the leg. Those oblique kicks can be nasty on the knee.
Both fighters very active with the legs here in the first frame. We've seen a good gas tank from each. Here's Wade changing legs.
Beautiful double leg by Chris Wade.
He turned the corner all the way around, and now on the back of Gabriel Braga.
Yeah, Braga turns and faces beautifully with the cage behind him. High-level stuff there.
Hand fighting by Braga is perfect. Gets out of the front headlock.
And Braga goes right back on the attack like a juggernaut. These are two massive featherweights. These guys are just huge. I don't know how Chris, with those legs, makes 145 pounds.
Well, I told you how Chris Wade got right back into the gym after he won. Oh, good left hand there from Braga. And it's a good thing he did, because if he wasn't in great shape, I don't think he makes this weight. It's such a test for him every time.
Well, it's summertime in Long Island. You got to look good on the beach, too.
30 seconds left in round number one. Fascinating so far between these two, as we thought it would be.
Chris really has to be careful with the cross. That rear hand is where he needs to be most careful against someone like Braga.
Final few seconds of the first round. Braga on the attack. There's the bell. Round two next.
Oh, big head kick.
Hamlet scrambling to survive.
I'm an entertainer. You're going to see a finish.
A squeeze from Josh Silvera. Silvera elicits the tap.
I like to get close. I like to give hugs.
Up and down. Flores puts Dan Spawn on his back.
I'm just going to go to win the fight.
Flores gets the takedown anyway.
If that means finishing it in the second round or the third round or even grinding out a decision, I'm going to come home with the win.
My mind's focused. My body's ready.
With the high kick.
My mentality's different. I'm mature. That's why 2023 is going to be my year.
There's a beautiful right hand from Gabriel Braga that definitely got Chris Wade's attention, backed him up. There was a lot of action in round one.
Gabriel Braga in the green, Chris Wade in the gray for a featherweight semifinal.
Tom.
Sean O'Connell.
Let's go right here.
Kenny Florian, Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. Dan Hardy and Paige Van Zandt also in the building. Eye poke right at the opening of the second round.
See, good? Okay.
Thankfully, Chris Wade says he's good. Quick apology from Braga. We get right back to the action.
Put your hands in front of those kicks. Circle right, inside left, right. Mix that rear leg up, mix that rear leg up. Circle left now, that's it.
Braga's showing shoulder feints, hand feints, hip feints.
Up and down, up and down. Counter.
Chris Wade has to be careful when he's throwing shots. He's getting a little too square to the target. Now he's looking for the takedown here. He's got one leg, he's got two. Braga just tried to climb on home.
He's got the guillotine. High elbow guillotine.
Braga able to get out. Not many people get out of a Chris Wade high elbow guillotine. Braga's been doing his homework.
Dan Hardy, while Chris Wade is here trying to hold down Gabriel Braga. Where is this fight?
It was an incredible first round, really enjoyable. Chris Wade, a little bit more chaotic than we normally see him. Gabriel Braga, very calm, lots of feints, beautiful movement. The one thing we have to watch out for with Chris Wade, if it gets back to the feet, his low kicks are fantastic, but anytime he goes higher than the waist, he's leaving his head on the center line and he's getting countered down the pipe. I love the low kicks, but he's got to watch those body kicks.
Wade trying to get those legs and step over and capture both legs of Braga. Braga doing his best to post that head, keep that elbow strong and high on that hand to keep that elevation.
There are very few featherweights in the world that are better at cage wrestling than Chris Wade. If he can keep Gabriel Braga on the mat, just as I say it, he can't. There's Chris Wade's parents watching on intently. Braga back to his feet.
Braga scrambles up, gets the underhook, trades places with Chris Wade, and now he's controlling the dance.
Uppercut on the exit there from Braga. Wade is able to work himself off the cage. Here's a look inside the corner.
Same
Gabriel
fight,
Braga.
same game, two strong hands.
Hands go, man.
Let's go, you got a mind, you got to tag him. Half of the round, let's go. Beautiful job, son. All right, 1-2 with the straight, yeah, right down the pipe. That's it.
Wade's slowing down considerably. He spent a lot of energy on that takedown and trying to hold Braga down.
Randy, I think those body shots are also taking its toll. He's eating some big shots from knees and kicks.
And there one to the lower leg.
Yeah, that ankle looks a little floppy from Chris Wade. Doesn't take many for calf kicks to take effect.
Give you that dead leg, and you can't use that foot properly.
Braga still just looking like a real veteran here.
That time, Chris Wade plowed a right hand down the middle.
The pacing, I mean, the volume from both of these guys is just insane. They have not backed down at all. Chris Wade, though, looking a little tired for sure. Braga continues with this pressure, just seems to get stronger and stronger.
Braga's recognizing every time he lands something and then he doubles up the output immediately after, making it really hard for Chris Wade to find any reprieve during this fight. Good change of levels, but nothing of it.
Braga's seeing everything coming from Chris Wade now.
Chris has got to punch his way into those takedowns.
Yeah, he's got to disguise that.
Reach.
Yeah, he's got to disguise it much more for sure and show more feints. I think that will help his cause.
Bubba Jenkins will see him later, but right now it's all about the action inside this smart cage. As Gabriel Braga snuck a right hand through. Wade responds with a left of his own. Back to that oblique kick. Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Both fighters go airborne. Round 3 when we return to San Antonio.
I know that I am the best fighter this year in the 145-pound division.
Yo he venido aquí a ganar, he venido a... Y ese es, no tengo otro pensamiento, siempre voy a salir a ganar.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex.
He's got the neck. Now this has been a big
tight.
huge improvement in his game. He's got it. He's put him to sleep. Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
Everybody who thinks they can beat me is on notice.
Oh, and a kick landed. Oh my goodness, is down and Jesus Pereira with a quick 6 finish.
Voy a salir a acabarlo, voy a noquearlo. Sea en el primero, en el segundo o en el tercero, pero él va a caer.
Every round has been a dominated bad man round. That's the way I see it going.
Welcome back to playoff semifinal action. There's a look at the Gabriel Braga watch party in Rio de Janeiro. Round 3 begins here in San Antonio. Braga in the green with the low kick. Chris Wade charging in the gray. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture cage side. Dan Hardy and Paige Van Zandt also looking on, ready to offer insight. Nice left hook there from Wade.
Yeah, that hurt him. That right hand landed as well.
It's got him in trouble.
Chris Wade coming out hot here in round 3. Oh, nice uppercut.
Fake that shot, came up with the uppercut, left hook.
There's another right hand. Wade really mixing it up. Braga beckoning him forward.
Yeah, these are sharp punches from Chris Wade here.
Looks like maybe an eye poke from Chris Wade wants to stay at work.
Until Chris Wade did his homework too. He keeps checking that low kick. Gets that foot up just in time so it doesn't land with solid contact.
Wade is using the level change to get into the range.
Now he is. He should have been doing that all along, and he's doing it now in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I also think he thinks he's down 2 rounds at this stage. He might need a finish, so he's really getting after it.
Dan Hardy, is that the way the judges probably see this one?
You know, I think I have to agree. You know, Braga's been consistently landing meaningful shots all the way through this fight. Chris Wade's had good moments, but he's spent a lot of energy, and he's not had a lot of success with that energy that he's spent. Braga is looking very calm, very patient, and very mature.
The corner of Wade. Andre Harrison, Ryan LaFleur, Keith Trimble calling for more pressure.
Oh
wow. Beautiful 3-2 combination by Braga, landed on the money. Chris waded right through it. No pun intended.
Exchange of kicks to the body. Halfway through round 3.
Chris has got to watch out for that kick upstairs now because he's starting to drop those hands in response to those kicks from Braga.
Oh, nasty combination for Braga. Wade continues to push forward and eats a right hand.
And you have to remember, Braga only 25 years old, but man, he's been fighting like, been doing it a very long time.
Gabriel Braga's father, Diego, is right there on the right side of that screen. Chris Wade attempts another takedown here.
Careful with your elbow. You can't be taken down. You can't go down. He's tired. He's tired, Gabriel. He just wants to park you right there. Careful with that hook of his. Careful with the hook once you get out of that. Put your hand right underneath his chin.
Wade pressing hard for his takedown. Approaching 1 minute left in the round.
Got the chance to talk to Diego Braga about his son and how his nerves were holding up for his son walking into this cage tonight. He said, Diego said that Gabriel keeps me calm. He keeps my nerves at bay. I see his passion. I see his diligence and work ethic.
that takedown so hard. And Chris Wade doing everything he can to try to hit it. What a battle.
Strategically, you wonder about this move for Chris Wade, because if he came in thinking he needed a finish, I don't know if this takedown on short time is going to be the thing that convinces the judges to see the whole fight his way. But those first 2 rounds were close. They were back and forth, and you really never know how commission judges are going to score a fight.
This is true.
You can see the Cageonomics have actually counted Wade with landing more strikes, but of course the significance of those strikes is where the AI algorithm score comes in. Final 5 seconds of an incredible featherweight semifinal. There's the final bell, and we will go to the judges' scorecards. Wade raises his arms, Gabriel Braga does the same. And the judge's decision is really going to tell a story of more than just who won this fight. It's going to be a changing of the guard of sorts if Braga is able to win, or if Chris Wade somehow finds a way on the judges' scorecards and gets the win here. You're talking about a guy in his 5th playoff advancing to a championship. Geico Cageonomics Stats Bundle looks like that, and we'll get the official call next.
PFL season is a long season. You're lying if it's not in your mind. You're lying if you're not thinking, am I gonna win? Am I gonna lose? That's in your mind all day long.
Oh, big head kick. Hamlet scrambling to survive.
I'm an entertainer. You're gonna see a finish.
A squeeze from Josh Silveira. Silveira elicits the tap.
I like to get close. I like to give hugs.
Up and down. Flores withstands spawn on his back.
I'm just going to go to win the fight.
Flores gets the takedown anyway.
If that means finishing in the 2nd round or the 3rd round or even grinding out a decision, I'm going to come home with the win.
My mind's focused. My body's ready.
With the high kick.
My mentality's different. I'm mature. That's why 2023 is going to be my year.
Ty Flores has to choose his battles and pick his range very carefully against Josh Silveira. If he gets stuck on the outside, then he's going to be dealing with that dynamic kicking game that Josh Silveira brings to the smart cage. At a closer range, Ty Flores gets tangled up and he's forced to use his wrestling and defense submissions from Josh Silveira.
Nice job by Flores staying out of kicking range.
So the smart range for Flores is that close range boxing style, dirty boxing, clinch work, smothering him up against the fence and making him uncomfortable, and using his wrestling defensively, keeping Josh Silveira at the right range but not too far away. If you're Josh Silveira, of course you've got options in this fight. I would start by moving and using my kicking game to beat up the legs and the body.
On Hamlet right now. Oh,
big head kick. He's out. He's out.
Try and get my opponent to close distance quickly and then set up my takedowns off the back of that. Of course, when this fight hits the floor, Silveira is going to be confident that he's got the grappling advantage. His jiu-jitsu as well as his wrestling would most likely be able to allow him to control those grappling exchanges. But if he gets stuck in the bottom position against Ty Flores and he starts wasting energy on submissions and sweeps, this is where Ty Flores' top game can start coming into play. The smart game for Ty Flores is to dirty box. For Josh Silveira, use his kicking game to encourage his opponent to close distance.
Who moves on? 2023 PFL World Championship. When we are live at the Arena at Madison Square Garden. And of course, right here on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and ESPN Deportes, Friday, August 18th. Such an incredible fight between Gabriel Braga and Chris Wade, and here are some replays.
Yeah, unbelievable action back and forth. Here's Braga landing a beautiful 1-2, backing Chris Wade up. There's Braga countering that kick from Chris Wade. Another beautiful right hook landing right on the temple of Chris Wade there. Another left hook. A lot of stance switches that I think confused Chris Wade here. Chris Wade, so tough, so determined. Pressured really well in round 3, and we got an amazing fight because of it.
An absolute pleasure to call a fight like that. Two incredibly high-level competitors. Here's how the verdict scorecard looks. Fans thought rounds 1 and 2 belonged to Gabriel Braga, round 3 to Chris Wade. The proprietary Professional Fighters League AI score agrees. First 2 rounds to Gabriel Braga, last round to Chris Wade. Our experts, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, agree, but will the official commission judges make this one unanimous? We find out now. Andy Shepard has the scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Ruben Carrion scores about 30-27 for Wade. Judge Brian Miner scores about 30-27 for Braga. And Judge Joe Solis scores about 29-28 for your winner via split decision and advancing to the PFL Featherweight Championship, Gabriel Braga!
So the scorecards all over the place. Gabriel Braga advances to a PFL championship. Another Challenger Series alum goes from challenger potentially to champion. And there's the reaction in Rio at the Gabriel Braga watch party. Here's our featherweight bracket. Gabriel Braga moves on from the 2 spot into a final. Bubba Jenkins, Jesus Pinedo in the main event tonight will decide who Gabriel Braga faces. Dan Hardy is inside the smart cage with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Gabriel Braga for the Celsius post-fight interview, my friend. All smiles. What a fantastic performance that was. But tell me, was that a harder fight than you expected? Were there any surprises there?
Performance fantástica. Foi uma luta mais difícil que você esperava?
Cara, o Chris Wade é um atleta muito duro, já lutou com os melhores do mundo. Então eu subi aqui mais uma vez para provar que eu cheguei aqui para dominar. Eu vou ser campeão.
This guy's tough as nails. He's fought against the very best of the world. I just came out here to prove it once again. I came out here to dominate.
And you did a fantastic job of that. So, the next fight you're going to be watching to decide who you face next. Do you have a preference, and who do you think is going to win?
Vai sentar aqui agora do lado do cage, assistir a próxima luta, ver quem você vai lutar na final. Tem uma preferência de oponente?
Eu não tenho preferência. Eu vou estar pronto para enfrentar qualquer um dos dois. Eu cheguei.
No preference. I'll be ready to fight any and all of them.
What would it be like to finish the year undefeated as the PFL World Champion?
Como é que você está se sentindo com o potencial de terminar o ano ainda invicto, campeão do PFL?
Cara, eu entrei com planejamento e eu estou cumprindo cada passo. Eu vou ser o campeão mais novo do PFL com 25 anos e com cartão invicto de 3-0.
I came out here with the plan and I'm ready to execute every single step of it. I'm going to be PFL's youngest champion, 13-0 record, having fought 5 times in a year.
And you have a fantastic support team. Your father here, of course, very important to you. Just explain to me what it means to have this kind of support.
Você tem suporte aqui, uma equipe fantástica, seu pai aqui. O que significa para você ter esses 3 aqui com você, em especial seu pai?
Cara, não só eles, tem muita gente por trás, entendeu? Mas meu pai, em principal, é a pessoa que está comigo 24 horas, é o meu mentor, é o meu coach, não só na luta como na vida. Então, eu devo tudo a ele. Eu vou ser campeão e esse título vai especialmente para ele.
Well, it goes far beyond just these three guys. There's an army behind this whole team. And special, my dad, he's with me 24/7. I mean, this whole thing, I dedicate every single step of this to him.
Congratulations, my friend. A fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our finalists, Gabriel Braga.
Gabriel Braga on to a championship fight in 2023 and still undefeated as a professional. Here's our light heavyweight bracket. Earlier tonight, Impa Kasanganay with the first round knockout of Martin Hamlet. Books his ticket. One of these two men will face him. That's Josh Silveira. Another man from a fighting family, raised by a fighting father. He feels it's his destiny to get this job done. Ty Flores comes in as a huge underdog. All he's done is go out and win. Can he do it again tonight? We find out when we come back.
Garden's the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic arena in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand, right on the button.
Center. Otani, the Dodgers and Padres, all the updates, the latest on conference realignment. Man, the college sports world is going crazy. And AD's new deal, what that means for the Lakers. That's coming up right here on ESPN. Sean O'Connell, Jeremy Sochan of the Spurs, welcome to the show, sir. You know, you're a Baylor Bear, right?
I am.
I just told you conference realignment's going crazy. I'm a Utah Ute. We're now conference rivals.
It's wild, wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I seen it on ESPN. It's crazy.
Just wild stuff going on. But more importantly, a lot of great action inside of our smart cage. What have you thought of the fight so far?
A bunch of energy. The intensity's crazy. I think it's just fun to, you know, be here in San Antonio and just see this.
San Antonio's a great fight town. Are you a true MMA fan?
I'm here and now. I'm learning a lot, but I've been into it recently, so I think it's fun to have the PFL come to here to San Antonio.
All right, 11 points a game, right, for the Spurs. What are the numbers going to look like this year?
We'll see. We'll see. It's very exciting. We have a bunch of new people coming up to the team, so we'll see. But I think there's going to be good things to come. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Have you met Tim Duncan?
I have.
What's he like?
He's very humble. He doesn't seem like a basketball player, but when he gets on that court, scary things happen.
What about the Wembanyama mania? Is that inside the locker room too?
Oh yeah, he's been around. He's been practicing a lot, so he's a special guy too. So it's gonna be fun.
Great to meet you. Thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate it.
Jeremy Sochan of the San Antonio Spurs. But you know what? He's a Baylor Bear now. Now we're conference rivals.
Exactly.
So. Sorry, man. For now, I like you, but as soon as football season starts, you know.
Baylor's good though, so we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Baylor and Utah, by the way, are playing week 2 this year. Featherweight and light heavyweight playoffs. We're down to our final 2 fights. Light heavyweight semifinal, and then, of course, our main event featherweight final here in San Antonio, Texas. Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker, how are we doing on our bets tonight?
Well, we're pretty good, a little bit up and down, but I can tell you this, Parker's parlay is still rolling just fine, and that brings us to our next fight, because Ian Parker, not only do we have a prop bet, but you have Silveira in that parlay. Let's focus on how you think Silveira is going to get the job done.
Absolutely, Coach. Well, right now the line is sitting at -800, so it went from -675 when we got it, and it keeps going up. So we're going to go back to our props. Now, the submission prop at +130 looks pretty good. By decision, +300. However, at -165, I'm taking a double method of victory. So if your book offers that, I highly suggest it. We're going to go Josh Silveira to win by submission or decision at -165.
And whoever wins this fight, we know that Impa's waiting in the wings with that ridiculous knockout that we saw earlier tonight. The co-main is straight ahead. Sean, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you to our betting experts, best in the business. This light heavyweight playoff semifinal, our co-main event, is brought to you by Bud Light. 3 5-minute rounds to determine who faces Impa Kasanganay in the PFL light heavyweight championship.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Ty Flores.
There's Big Medicine, as they call him, making his way to the Smart Cage. An absolute grinder of a light heavyweight. Big gas tank and a big problem here in the light heavyweight bracket. This is his first PFL playoff appearance. This is his first PFL season. 13 pro victories. 5 of those have come inside the distance. 3 by submission, 2 by knockout. Ty Flores likes to keep things pretty simple. If he's not fighting, he's hunting. If he's not hunting, he's fighting. But here in the playoffs, he's made the priorities clear.
I'm pretty simple, man. There's not a ton of other things that, I like to be simple with it. Hunting, fighting, if I'm not doing that, it's like, what else is there really to do? It's just simple. It's fun, though. It's like fighting's right there, and then hunting's right there. So it's like those are like 2 kind of extremes, and I love it.
And in the red corner, Joshua Silveira.
Josh Silveira is 11-1 as a pro. The only loss he ever experienced in his pro mixed martial arts career came at this juncture of the 2022 PFL season. A semifinal against his own teammates. He dropped the decision there. 2-division champion on his way up to the PFL in LFA. As we've talked about, he's the son of the legendary coach at ATT, Conan Silveira. College wrestler at Arizona State. Very well-rounded skill set. And in his, sorry, Kenny, in his second PFL semifinal, Josh Silveira, he's focused now on making the most of this opportunity.
It sucked losing, man. It sucked getting that close to the million. It sucked getting that close to changing my life. I don't want to look back and have a crappy story to tell myself when I become an old guy and I can't fight anymore. I want my family to be proud of me. I want to know that regardless of win or lose, I want to know that I really tried to get after this thing, really tried everything in my power to really be the best version of myself.
Here's our tail of the tape brought to you by Bud Light. Josh Silveira, 30 years of age. Ty Flores, 29. Flores is 1 inch taller, weighed in 1 pound heavier. Both men with 75-inch reach on the arms. A 2-inch advantage favoring Josh Silveira on the leg reach.
All right, keys to victory here for Joshua Silveira. We saw his kicks on full display in his last fight. I think that's going to be crucial in this one as well. And his wrestling. He's got to win those wrestling battles. And for Ty Flores, he needs to get Silveira back to the cage, get his back to the cage, and also needs to win those clinch fighting exchanges.
The Congolese cowboy, Impa Kasanganai, and right next to him, Delano Taylor. He's fully embraced the Texas atmosphere this week, as you can see with the attire. The winner of this fight faces Impa Kasanganai for $1 million, and Andy Shepard gets him going.
The following is a semi-final fight in the PFL light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is an MMA specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 205 pounds and holds a record of 13 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri, he is the #4 seed, Big Medicine Ty Flores. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a grappling specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 204 pounds and holds a professional record of 11 victories and a single defeat. He is the #1 seed, Joshua Silveira. Your referee in charge, Jeff Rexroad.
Josh Silveira in the gold trunks, Ty Flores there in the gray trunks. 3 5-minute rounds to determine who fights Impa Kasanganai for $1 million championship belt. An exchange of kicks. Silveira looking to attack the body. Flores likes to walk his opponents down and get their backs against the cage. Inside leg kick from Flores, and a jab from Josh Silveira.
Silveira looking very fast, especially with his hands.
Grabbed that clinch and threw a knee up the middle, then tries the head kick. You can see they've been watching tape on that. Ty Flores hugging that right hand directly against his face. And oh, nasty kick. Off balances Flores there from Silveira. It looks like he's already in a groove.
Yeah, I think that did serious damage to the knee of Ty Flores.
The knee or that nerve, or either one. It definitely took Flores off his feet.
He's not balanced on that lead leg.
Oh, got it again.
Made a right hand for his effort.
Heavy, heavy kicks.
Nice plum. Nice plum clinch there by Silveira. Silveira changes places with Flores. Now got Flores on the fence.
Yes, Brock.
Silveira managing the distance there every time Flores tries to get aggressive and come in. Silveira goes on the retreat, makes it very difficult as he chews up the lead leg again.
Yeah, he at least lifted it that time to try to check it. Took a lot of that power away when he did that.
Dan Hardy, what are you seeing from Silveira so far?
You know, Silveira's just doing all the right things. He needs to be careful dipping his head into the center line, but the beautiful accumulation of damage, he's playing the long game. We spoke about this in the fighter interviews. He feels like Flores will slow down and gas the longer the fight goes. So making him work and accumulating damage is the whole point of this first round, and Silveira's off to a great start.
And oftentimes you'll see a smaller person in a weight class avoid these clinch situations, these wrestling situations, especially against the cage. But Randy, Josh Silveira is a high-level wrestler, D1 wrestler at Arizona State.
Absolutely, he's had a ton of experience. I guarantee you he trained with the heavyweight, he trained with a 190-pounder, he trained with a 177-pounder. He's seen all of it, from the speed to the size. He's been in those positions a lot.
Paige Van Zandt, what are you hearing from the corner?
I'm in the corner of Silveira at the moment. They're going back and forth between English and Portuguese, but what I can pick up is they're wanting him to be patient but keep the pressure. They're really liking his leg kicks. They're wanting him to put the pressure on but keep that patient attitude and keep this momentum. He's having great success with the low kicks, and then he's mixing it up top.
Thank you, Paige Van Zandt. To emphasize her point, Silveira drilled a kick into the midsection of Ty Flores. Good check hook from Flores, excuse me, from Silveira as well. Now Flores, this is where he wants to be. Leaning on Silveira, making him carry the weight. In his 2 regular season bouts, Flores was able to secure takedowns from this position.
Well, that knee from Silveira almost caught Flores in the chin. He brought that up nice and high. Caught him right high on the pec. Almost hit him in the chin.
Yeah, Silveira said he'd really be able to exploit the speed advantage, and that's exactly what's happening here in round 1. He said he also wanted to keep Flores working so he can tire him out, as Dan talked about earlier. But Flores is still in this. I don't see him tired just yet. He is slowing down a little bit with his legs, but continues to move forward.
There's that knee. Another one.
Josh Silveira has Flores hurt.
He's in big trouble right here.
Plum will end it! Josh Silveira to the championship!
What a performance from Silveira.
Josh Silveira, and Ty Flores doesn't like the stoppage. Look, he was in trouble, but with a championship opportunity on the line, I can understand his argument.
Those are 2 devastating knees, though, to the chin, one after another. He was following up there, and I think that was a pretty solid stoppage, in my opinion.
Look at the emotion from Josh Silveira, pouring out. Father and son embracing. A year ago, this is where the road ended. This is where the season got cut short for Josh Silveira, the semifinal. He felt like it was unfinished business. He came in as the #1 seed. Surgical performance from Josh Silveira. He was faster, but I think there was just also a huge difference in the vision. He saw everything, he anticipated, he had a reaction to everything.
Yeah, kept a really high pace, stayed busy from everywhere.
There's that knee right up the middle, caught him right on the chin. 30 seconds before this, he was very close to landing that exact knee. And once he landed that first one and started raining him down, it was only a matter of time. He caught Flores square on the chin with that, and the referee did the right thing and stepped in.
There's your Cageonomics stats bundle, brought to you by Geico. I got a great stat for you when we come back on ESPN.
I know that I am the best fighter this year in the 145-pound division.
Yo he venido aquí a ganar, he venido a... Y ese es... No tengo otro pensamiento, siempre voy a salir a ganar.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex. He's got the neck. Now this has been a big huge improvement in his game. He's got it. He's putting him in his
Wow.
Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
Everybody who thinks they can beat me is on notice.
Oh, and a kick landed. Oh my goodness, is down. And Jesus Pereira
Voy a salir a acabarlo, voy a noquearlo. Sea en el primero, en el segundo o en el tercero, pero él va a caer.
Every round has been a dominated bad man round. That's the way I see it going.
Welcome back to San Antonio, Texas. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian here beside the PFL Smart Cage. Kenny, I know you're a big stat guy, so I got one for you. Three championship appearances booked so far tonight. All three of those fighters started their PFL careers on the Challenger Series.
I love it. Well, it was Josh Silveira who was using a lot of kicks early in this fight, attacking the body, and then he finished it off with the knees. 2 knees started, and then it was just a flurry of knees that got the finish. Just nasty stuff in the clinch from Silveira.
So Josh Silveira versus Impa Kasanganay, Challenger Series 2021 versus Challenger Series 2022 versus Challenger Series 2023. AI score gives Josh Silveira a perfect 100 because he earned a finish inside of that first round. Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jeff Rexrow calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 46 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via TKO and advancing to the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship, Joshua Silveira.
First round TKO for Josh Silveira. So the 1 seed versus the 3 seed in our championship. You know, Randy, both of these guys live and train in South Florida. Maybe we can just pull up at one of the gyms and have them fight out for the championship right there.
Yeah, maybe move the mats to the parking lot. We can get more people involved.
Dan Hardy is in the Smart Cage with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Josh Silveira, for that Celsius post-fight interview. My friend, that was fantastic. You knew this was going to be a high-pressure fight. He was going to try and close you down and get in your face. Did you feel like knees were going to be a key to the victory?
Yeah, you know, I know Ty's tough as nails, man. The best attribute he has, he's tough. He knows how to get hit, and he knows how to pull something to get the victory. So I just wanted to let the round just kind of develop, feel his wrestling, feel the upper body, and then, you know, pick him off a little bit, and the moment opened itself up. The knee hit, and then we just started teeing off, man.
Show me, talk me through this replay. Talk me through what you were seeing here.
Right here, clinch, knee, and then I saw him kind of do that little dance, so I kept staying with the same, you know, I threw both knees, 2 right knees, and then left one. And then when I threw this last knee, and I saw him tilting the other way, or maybe there it is. Yep, one more knee before he goes down, and then it just kind of looked bad, you know. Maybe he could have kept going, maybe not, I'm not sure. But I'm happy as hell, man.
I bet you are, my friend. And of course, Impa Kasanganay, how do you guys match up?
Man, we'll see in November. We'll see in November. I think Impa's a great guy. He's a good human being, has a good heart. May the best man win, baby. May the best man win. I have a couple things to say. American Top Team, thank you. Dan Lambert, thank you. My corners, Conan Severa, P2, and all the other coaches, thank you. Lastly, guys, I'm blessed to fight in this ring, in this cage, and live my dream. But there are children out there that don't get to live this dream. And I want to spread awareness, and I encourage everybody to go watch Sound of Freedom. It's a great movie. We got to protect our children around the world so they can live this life that I live or do whatever the hell they want to do. Thank you. Have a great main event. This show's freaking awesome, man. Love you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Silveira.
Josh Silveira and Impa Kasanganay. There's your championship matchup at 205 pounds. Nine fights down, 1 more to go. Jesus Pinedo pulled off the upset of the PFL year to earn his spot in these playoffs. Beat last year's champion with his back against the wall. Bubba Badman Jenkins, this is his 3rd trip to the playoffs. He's put in the work. Can he get it done this year?
Remember, guys, a lot of people ain't out here in the sun right now doing this run. They're not out here because they don't want it enough. All this adverse conditions just builds character, makes us stronger. Because when it's fight night, those lights are real bright. You don't want them bright lights to be too hot for you. So that's what we out here for. The heat is on.
Coach Dewey has one of the best systems in the game.
Bubba Jenkins with a suplex.
You know, a lot of times he talks about, you know, beating the elements versus beating a man.
Got the neck, got him tight.
If you can beat the mountain who's been here for thousands of years, then you can beat any one man.
He's got it. Joe Sugden is out. Wow. Bubba Jenkins with a quick 6.
With fighting, man, it's a sacred dance of balance, aggression, and softness. You have to mix it all together.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him. Good right hand. Bubba stumbled.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. Oftentimes you think you're going in as one and you come out the other. And you have to be able to bounce back and analyze that correctly.
PFL featherweight #1 seed. You know what that means? This year we must succeed. Championship or bust.
The first time we didn't make it, the second time we got closer. You know, you can't talk your way into a title. You have to go through multiple people to prove you're king.
Garden's the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic ring in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand right on the button. Wow. Face plants Osama El Saidi. TKO in the first round for Chilobo.
Impa Kasanganay!
Impa Kasanganay, light heavyweight contract winner.
This is my home here with my Mongolian yurt. It's the most peaceful place I probably slept in my life. It's a place where I really find my peace and I can recharge, even better than decompress. I can just like shed the day. It makes me really feel connected with the earth and feel connected to my life. And no matter how the day goes, training can go crazy. I could have a fight drop or something, but when I come back here, I know everything's all right. And I just worship, pray, just center my spirit and be ready to attack the next day.
Ready? Fight's on. Oh, great right hand there. That rocked Hendrick.
Nice searching hook there for Kasanganay.
Impa's hooks are landing hard.
I don't care who it is. I'm down to fight, go finish the fight, claim the victory, move forward. When the semifinals and the finals come, I'll be ready.
Kasanganay understands the assignment here to take Karen out of this round.
Nice right hand from the top there for Impa Kasanganay.
Now here's an arm triangle. He could finish this. There's the tap! A quick tag, a second round finish for Impa Kasanganay and 5 points. Most famous arena plays host to 2 PFL playoff events, Friday, August 18th, and Wednesday, August 23rd. Live at Madison Square Garden. Win in advance, lose and go home. We'll find out who moves on to the 2023 PFL World Championship on a mission to claim a division title and $1 million. For ticket information, go to PFLMMA.com. Here's our featherweight bracket for tonight with one more bout. That'll be the 1 versus 4 between Bubba Jenkins and Jesus Pinedo. Gabriel Braga, in an absolute banger against Chris Wade, has earned his spot in the final. You know, I asked Dan Hardy, can you break down what has made Bubba Jenkins so good this year? And Dan at first said no, but then I threatened him, and so he did it. Dan Hardy, what do you have for me?
The fusion of wrestling and submissions for Bubba Jenkins is a thing of beauty, and we saw it in his fights against Ryoji Kudo and in his last one against Sung Bin Jo. Look at this body lock here he's got on Kudo. A beautiful big suplex, slams him right on his shoulders. But pay attention to this base foot. A small detail, he steps the left foot up, that brings him right underneath his opponent. It allows him to bridge through a big arch in his back you can see there. He's gonna bring his opponent right down to the canvas. And that big slam is gonna disorientate his opponent. It's gonna allow him to circle on, climb up their back, and then sink that rear naked choke in. And if we compare that to his fight against Sung Bin Jo, we're gonna see the same thing happening again. He's gonna lock this body lock in, he's gonna bridge through, up on his toes, look how high he is on his toes. A big bridge through his back, he's gonna move his head off to the right, and that's gonna bring Sung Bin Jo down on the left side. It's gonna slam him to the canvas, again, disorientating him. It's gonna shake his head, it's gonna throw his mind off. He's not really gonna be exactly sure where he's at, as Bubba Jenkins then circles around and clamps himself onto the back. This body lock that Bubba Jenkins has is lethal, and once he's locked in, he's not gonna let it go until he's on your back with that beautiful rear naked choke. But the slam is what disorientates his opponent and allows him to get those finishes.
You can see why I asked Dan Hardy to do that. He's pretty dang good at it. All right, our main event, featherweight semifinal, brought to you by Bud Light, Bubba Jenkins and Jesus Pinedo.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Jesus Pinedo.
Jesus Pinedo, we've talked about it all night. He lost his first regular season bout to Gabriel Braga. His back was against the wall against last year's champion, Brendan Loughnane. He needed a first-round finish, and he needed that first-round finish to come quicker than Chris Wade's first-round finish. He pulled it off with the shocking upset. Throws the knee, knocks out Brendan Loughnane to make his first playoff appearance. He shaved his head. He had a really, really tough weight cut. In fact, such struggles with the weight cut that he did not make weight, which puts his back against the wall in this semifinal. He starts the fight down a point on the judges' scorecards. And the way the tiebreakers and everything else works, he's got to win all 3 rounds or he has to finish Bubba Jenkins. But he still believes he's got the upper hand in this matchup.
Lo principal que siento que tengo contra él es la mente, ¿no? Ya lo tengo metido en la mente. O sea, los ojos no mienten. Lo vi hace poco en San Antonio, en la rueda de prensa. Sé qué está pensando, sé qué va a hacer. Y en verdad veo la pelea, es el cansado y yo acabando esa pelea por nocaut o sumisión.
And in the red corner, Bubba Jenkins.
Bubba Bad Man Jenkins. Look, when he started his career, he's running the PFL. He's already a bad man. He's one of the best wrestlers in the sport, a former national champion at Arizona State. But there were still tools he needed to add to the game, and he kept doing it over and over. 2022 saw him all the way into the championship, where he eventually lost to Brendan Loughnane. Now he wants to take that one extra step, bring home a gold belt and $1 million check. But he's got to get past Jesus Pinedo to make it happen. Will the third time be the charm for Bubba Jenkins? He told us what he learned from all of his previous trips to the PFL playoffs.
I learned you gotta win by any means, you know. More times than not, it's win or go home. But this fight is by any means necessary. You have to win it and give your opportunities to your family to get that $1 million to their name, to that championship. You have to present yourself well, you have to be available, and you have to have that longevity inside of you, because it's a long season and only the strong survive.
Tail the tape for this main event is brought to you by Bud Light. Bubba Jenkins, 35 years of age. Jesus Pinedo is only 27. The Peruvian is 3 inches taller. And you can see there, as the number got rounded up, he did miss weight. He starts a point behind on the judges' scorecards because of it. Reach advantage on arms and legs, favoring the taller fighter, as it often does.
All right, keys to victory here for Bubba Jenkins. It's all about his takedown setups and then his control after he hits those takedowns. And for Pinedo, his wrestling defense is going to have to be on point. No question about it here against Jenkins. Watch for his calf kicks and his counter striking.
Andy Shepherd, one last time.
The following fight is a semi-final in the PFL featherweight division and is our main event. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet, 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 146.5 pounds. And across his 26 professional fights, has earned a record of 21 wins, 6 losses, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Lima, Peru, he is the number 4 seed, El Mundo, Jesus Pinedo! And his opponent, fighting Fighting out of the red corner, he is a wrestling specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 145.75 pounds, and in 27 professional fights has built a record of 21 wins and 6 losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Virginia Beach, he is the #1 seed, Bubba Badman Jenkins.
There's the Bubba Jenkins watch party in Vegas.
Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley equipped with the ref cam for our main event. Bubba Jenkins in the green, Jesus Pinedo in the gray.
All right, gentlemen, main event right here, main event. You ready? You ready? Let's go to work, come on.
Southpaw stance for both fighters. Heavy leg kick from Bubba to open the action. Slip there on that up kick attempt. Bubba once again goes downstairs to the legs, uses that to change levels for his takedown attempt.
Bubba's level changes are lightning fast. Pinedo doing a good job of getting his underhooks.
Wags the finger at Bubba, says not so easy.
And this is what Pinedo does. He walks forward, he gets in your face, and he makes you try to do something about it.
Low single here from Bubba with the head on the outside. And he walks Pinedo back into the smart cage bearing. Bubba switches the head to the inside, which is easier to finish, Randy.
Head inside's definitely easier to finish, but it just depends. You risk your neck by a head outside single, you might get choked. Got to put him in the air, make him reach for the mat, and then finish quickly with the head outside.
There's Gabriel Braca watching on to see who his opponent in the final will be. Pinedo with those legs spread out wide, heavy base, making Jenkins work for it here.
Yeah, the corner for Pinedo, telling him to control that wrist.
Tranquilo, pero tranquilo. Paciente. Hey, árbitro. Let's go, Bubba, let's go.
Kenny Florian, some say that Jesus Pinedo is the most impressive fighter with Peruvian roots in the history of the sport. Why are you laughing?
That's fair, that's fine, I'll take it. That's good. Oh, Sean.
Bubba still pressing Jesus Pinedo. Very committed to this takedown attempt.
Second takedown attempt by Jenkins, and the second one that Pinedo's done a great job of countering and not conceding. And that starts to put a little doubt in your mind as a wrestler, somebody that's coming out and getting his takedown stuck.
Oh,
definitely, there's that knee.
Great combination after negating that takedown attempt. And here we're in some activity on the striking. Oh! Left hand landed there for Jesus.
Yeah, Pinedo's bringing the pressure and bringing the power right now.
Landed a couple jabs as he moved forward.
Oh! Knocks it down!
Big shot
on the single, trying to recover.
Hammer fist.
Pinedo's hands are potent, as are his knees.
He's obviously been working diligently on his wrestling defense, because this will be the third takedown he's stuffed.
He's got to be careful. He's looks like Bubba might be bleeding.
Some blood on the mat. It's hard to tell where it's coming from. And stuffed number 3 for Pinedo.
Pinedo doing a great job of stopping these takedowns.
Nice. Change of levels, runs the pipe. Jenkins gets the takedown. Pinedo not conceding, right back to his feet.
Now Bubba's got the elevation. Puts Pinedo right back down, but Pinedo staying on that posted arm, trying to flip the hips over.
That elevation right there by Pinedo is key here. Posted on the head, trying to turn his hips, Keeping that elevation is going to allow him to get right back to his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. You have your head and hips higher than your opponent. You're going to win a lot of those scrambles. And he did it again. Bubba's got to be careful. He looks tired.
He does. He spent a lot of energy on 4 takedown attempts in this first round. 50 seconds left to go.
And he's trading from the outside, which you don't want to do against the rangier man. And Pinedo's got some pop in those punches.
Final 40 seconds of round number 1. Jesus Pinedo not surrendering a takedown in this first frame. Big confidence builder for the Peruvian. Sharp kick to the body.
Oh!
Boy!
These are big shots.
Big combination.
Now Bubba's swinging away. He landed one, but Pinedo just shrugs it off. It goes back to work.
Oh, nasty knee. Oh, Bubba's in trouble.
Big trouble.
Oh,
big trouble here. He might get saved by the bell.
The final few seconds of this round sees Bubba wrestling to save his own life. Saved by the bell, indeed. Wow. Jesus Pinedo is a force to be reckoned with here in San Antonio.
That could have been a 10-8 round.
Yeah, I mean, which he hurt him a few times, no question about that.
Take that point right back.
Not to belabor the point, but if you start down a point on the judges' scorecards, a 10-8 really helps you out.
Yeah, that's for sure.
A whole bunch.
Now, look, MMA judges are very reluctant to give out 10-8s without an obvious near finish. Bubba certainly got hurt.
He was bobbled twice.
I wouldn't guarantee it as a 10-8, especially because Bubba was offensive in some important moments.
Absolutely, and especially the scorecards in the Braga and Wade fight, they were all over the place. Pinedo is fighting like a man possessed. He's fighting like he needs to finish this fight. It's how he fought Loughnane. He's fighting the same way, and he's finding a lot of success yet again.
Bubba Jenkins getting up off the stool did not look overly steady, whether that's because of fatigue or because of the accumulation of damage. Something to look out for.
Ready? Let's go.
Jenkins in the green, Jesus Pinedo in the gray. Dan Hardy, give me your thoughts on round 1.
Man, I have to give it a 10-8 to Pinedo. I mean, Bubba Jenkins was looking shaky from the start. Fell over on his first kick, scrambling for takedowns on his knees, just didn't look like himself. And then Pinedo looking really good with his takedown defense. Beautiful attacks up the center channel, knees and uppercuts. It's the key for a good wrestler. Really, really strong. I mean, that was a short minute for Bubba Jenkins, but he looks all right now.
The right eye of Bubba Jenkins showing some swelling underneath. Nice jab from Bubba. That was sharp, snapped the head of Pinedo back. And another from Bubba. Better timing here in the early goings of round 2. Third jab lands for Bubba Jenkins. Can he bring something behind it or use it to set up a takedown?
Pinedo cutting him off.
That's where Bubba got in trouble. Oh! One left hand lands for Pinedo.
Yeah, it was a short left hand that stunned Jenkins. He's on wobbly legs.
He's in trouble again.
Pinedo swinging away.
Wow.
Landing more than he's missing, but Bubba swings back. Gotta be really careful about putting his head down. No, left hand.
Pinedo staying out of range.
Bubba's in big trouble. Here's a flurry. Trying to wrestle out of it again. Heavy sprawl from Pinedo right into the mount here. Bubba hanging on for dear life, but down comes the hammer. Jesus Pinedo floating on top.
Bubba showing a lot of heart here. Trying to get a single leg.
The corner, Pinedo asking him to disengage and stand back up.
Oh man, these are brutal body shots, and Jenkins has to worry about the reverse triangle here as well.
Ripping those shots to the body, and Bubba just trying to take a breather, but he's got to keep moving.
Pinedo doesn't fight you like he's trying to beat you. He fights you like he's trying to hurt you. Every single shot, he's trying to break something.
Bubba's bleeding. You see that? Here comes a choke.
This was a mistake by Pinedo there.
Great second effort by Bubba. Trapping that leg with a reverse grip and running his hips over it.
And I tell you what,
going to be able to get up.
I tell you what, Pinedo is exhausted right now as well.
That's why toughness matters, because Pinedo offered everything he could to Bubba Jenkins, had him on the brink, and Bubba keeps fighting. Did Pinedo empty the gas tank there? Remember how tough the weight cut was and the weight miss.
Yeah, Bubba is not out of this yet. He's had his opportunities to check out. He has not done that. Showing a lot of heart.
A lot of blood coming from the face of Bubba Jenkins. Don't know how bad that cut is until we get a closer look. Paige Van Zandt listening into the corner. What do you got, Paige?
Oh, incredible reversal by Bubba at that end. Everybody in the arena pretty much counted him out. His corners have been calm and collected the entire time. They talked him through the reversal. They told him how much time he has left to be on top. Hopefully it's enough to win him this round, because the last one could have been a 10-8, and this one was looking pretty close to a 10-8 as well.
Thank you, Paige. Look, he's going to have to do more from the top position if he wants to win this round.
And if he wants to stay in this position, he's got to be more active.
They're standing him up.
Yep, exactly.
Needs to see more. Bubba doesn't like that stoppage.
Bubba had trouble getting back to his feet.
They're going to look in his eye.
Come here, Bubba, come here, Bubba, come here. Hey, right there, right there. Let's go. Right there, right there. Hey.
Doctor comes in to take a look at the eye of Bubba Jenkins.
You okay? All right, let's go. Bubba, get ready.
Gets the all clear. Jesus Pinedo taking a breather here. Bubba looks at the clock. Do not count Bubba Jenkins out.
Bubba still fast out there, looking for that jab. Pinedo stalking his prey again.
Swinging for the fences there. Nasty left lands again for Jesus Pinedo.
Man, these are huge.
Bubba's in trouble, and here comes another flurry. Look at the speed from Pinedo, mixing in the knees. Oh! Jesus Pinedo!
30 seconds!
How is Bubba Jenkins staying on his feet here?
No idea. The heart of that man. Oh my gosh.
Bubba Jenkins not going away. Pinedo.
That's it. That is it.
Jesus Pinedo! Back-to-back upsets!
The guy's like a Terminator. He just keeps coming.
Unreal. Unreal.
Jesus Pinedo turns in exactly the performance that he needed. Started that fight down on the scorecards. Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. Bubba got 2 takedowns. Pinedo would not concede anything. Look at the volume from Jesus Pinedo. He says he's not done yet. We'll make it official next.
Europe's best fighters now have a league of their own. PFL Europe is coming to Paris on September 30th. Don't miss France's own Anthony Salamone. Smooth Simeon Powell.
I'm the king. You're going to see in Paris.
And dangerous Dakota Ditchever live in action.
I feel a little bit sorry for the one that's going to face me next.
It's win and advance, lose and go home. Saturday, September 30th at Zenith Paris. Tickets available from Ticketmaster. It's more than a fight, it's a season.
Welcome back to San Antonio, Texas. Jesus Pinedo with another upset. We'll make this thing official with Andy Shepard.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kerry Hatley calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 40 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner via TKO and advancing to the PFL Featherweight Championship, Jesus Pinedo!
Second round TKO, and just a beautiful performance. Jesus Pinedo earned his rematch with Gabriel Braga, the 2 versus 4. He came into the week with a chip on his shoulder, said he wasn't getting enough respect. Jesus Pinedo, the respect is undeniably yours now. Dan Hardy has the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Jesus Pinedo, for the Celsius post-fight interview. That was a wild and incredible performance, my friend. Tell me what kind of statement you've made with that kind of performance.
Dime el mensaje que quieres mandar a todo el mundo con lo que hiciste.
Quiero mandar un mensaje para todo el mundo y sobre todo para mi país, que desde que pisé este torneo, nunca lo hice por el dinero. El dinero obviamente me importa, y quién no quiere tener $1 millón en su cuenta. Pero esto es gloria, y la gloria no se compra ni con todo el dinero del mundo. Yo no voy a descansar hasta ser el primer campeón del mundo de mi país.
So, I don't do this for the money, I do this for the glory, and I'm not going to rest until I get the strap and I get to put the glory for Peru and for my country.
And a rematch with Braga.
En la revancha con Braga.
Sí, es una revancha muy buena. Le esperé muchos respetos a él, pero ese día voy a salir a aniquilarlo. Ya le gané una vez y lo voy a hacer la segunda.
Yes, I've already beat him one time, and I'm going to do it again in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jesus Pinedo!
The championships at light heavyweight and featherweight are set. Thank you to San Antonio. Enjoy SportsCenter. What an incredible night. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Floyd, Ray Couture. Enjoy SportsCenter.